Exciting day today. We're gonna finish fucking Welcome Tour. We're gonna be done with it today. The next week can play a real game. Hell yeah. But I'm so excited for next week. Because next week is the release of Donkey Kong. Hi Shell, how are you? Hope you're good. Doing fine, good to hear. Good to hear. I'm doing fine too. We'll be playing DK next Sunday then? Maybe. Maybe. I will see at the end of the stream what the next Sunday project will be. Hi Felix, how are you? Hi hi. But at first we gotta finish Welcome Tour, which for some reason has over 7 hours of gameplay. Which is so crazy. These are most butts and wilds right now, Nias. I really want to get back into wilds, but it just I don't know. I got back into it to beat up 𝗟cie𝗴ឆ and the other one. I forgot the name. But I can't be asked to a fashion hunt for their armor. I don't know. Maybe it'd be different if I had friends to play with. But I'm mostly a solo player. Maybe that's why it doesn't get me back in. I don't know. But anyway, which I look in wilds. I look at the Black Knight Naiad. I have both my VTuber outfits in wilds, which is pretty pog. So I can either go hunting in armor or in a dirndl. Which is very funny when I go with the dirndl and bring out my switch axe. We just jump into the game, I guess. I have nothing to talk about. Because all I did since last stream is grinding Bravely Default. A bit too much maybe, because I have every job we have so far on level 9. Which is like late mid-game to early late game. Where you should be at level 9 with your jobs. I'm bored, okay? Anyway. Welcome touring. It is time to finish this fucking game. Hi Scorpio, how are you? The last time you see the title screen. And yes, I did preemptively turn on fucking Rumble this time. Because again, I hope to see you enjoy your time if later to switch to Welcome Tour. Also, I forgot, but in the overworld here, I can play with Pro Controller. Which is so much nicer than a fucking Joy-Con. Okay, we finished the grip area. Now where do we go? Is the question. Where is J? I see it, okay. Yeah, block controller should be the next area. And after that we should have the wheel accessory, and that should be it, actually. But we have J, we have K and L. K is gonna be the fucking wheel accessory. What is L gonna be? What could area L be? Does anyone have any idea? I guess go to the Procon. By the way, the Switch 2 Pro Controller is already my favorite controller of all time. It is peak controller. 100%. It feels nice, the button and sticks feel amazing. The D-pad is serviceable. Modern D-pads are just kinda mid. But D-pad is really good. And the most important thing, for someone with sweaty hands, I still don't have a single piece of gamer gunk built up. Which on other controllers I have after like 3 sessions. Not a single bit of gamer gunk on the fucking controller. And I play on the Switch 2 all day since release. Like, that is huge. Not a single piece of gamer gunk. Looks good, yeah. What are your hopes for new book? That it runs good. That is my only hope for Saturday. I just want the game to run good. And I think that it isn't too high of an expectation. After all, I am paying for the Switch 2 edition. But like, I also want that the Switch 1 version runs good. For all my Switch 1 homies. But like, I never have expectations, by the way. Fucking never. But like, it's just a base expectation that the game runs good, right? And it has to be mentioned for Pokemon. It's just sad. It is just so sad. But it is what it is. What I think is gonna be funny is that I'm gonna stream Digimon and Pokemon at the same time. Because Time Stranger and Legend CA come both out in October. We get some unused types. But I can imagine that it's Gen 3 for Gen 10. What? What are you talking about? What do you mean type combinations? No, I think it's type combinations because new typing is stupid. Oh, we missed something. Oh, the grip buttons, right? Yeah, unused dual types, yeah. I want uncommon dual types and that already exist but on more available Pokemon. Like, Volcanion is still the only fire water type. Give me fire water on a common Pokemon. Or how Ice and Fire is only Galarian Darmanitan Zen mode. Like, give me a regular Fire Ice type. I care more about that than the unused types. Okay, we have everything. Let's do the tech demo. You meet with 29 medal requirement. Nice work. Let's get this thing open. This is a minigame, but how about trying this tech demo? HU Rumble 2 features capable of creating all sorts of vibrations. It can range from very intense to soft and gentle. In this tech demo, you'll get the rest of the feature out as much as you want. Okay, sure. Poison flying? Yeah, only the super line, right? Okay, I need the Joy-Cons for this. Let me put the straps on. Great, subtle rumble. I feel nothing, by the way. 200. I feel literally nothing. Yes, I have rumble turned on. If it's a strong rumble at 60 Hz, okay. Oh, the other Joy-Con vibrates, not this, the one I'm using. The persistent rumble, okay. There we go. This one translates really well to streaming. I don't know, I know. Okay, let's fucking leave. Can I switch back to Pro Controller, please? You tried the full spectrum of vibration here, huh? Did you Rumble 2 feature can pull off all kinds of different vibrations? Yeah, I still don't give a single shit about HG Rumble. Okay, what do we have here? This has 3 levels. Are you familiar with the GL and GR button per chance? You will find them on both of the Joy-Con 2 Pro Controller and the Joy-Con 2 charging grip. The GL button and GR button can each be mapped to another button of your choosing. In the game, you're encouraged to make use of the GL/GR buttons. You'll be able to perform a series of challenging inputs to unlock a series of locks. Bleh. Consider carefully which buttons would be best. Okay, sure. Normal. Beyond GL, beyond GR, okay. Button mapping goes so fast. Okay. We perform various inputs. Oh god. This is weird. I don't like having to use the index finger and middle finger both on the triggers. I don't like that. It feels awkward to press the grip buttons with the ring finger. Are you serious? Bro! Bullshit! This is so bullshit! We agree this is bullshit, right? This is so fucking bullshit. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. But it's so awkward to press the grip buttons with the ring finger. I do not like that. Like, at all. I could just input appeared to pose no problem. Oh god, level 2. Long? It's called long? Long. No. Oh god! 45 seconds? Why? This is awkward! This is so awkward! Hi Rob, congrats on 100%ing Mario Kart World. I did it a while ago. I don't have all the stickers though because I can't be asked to collect coins. I still need like 10,000 coins. So this is... I hate that I have to press both triggers at the same time. I hate it. Okay, but I did it. This feels so awkward. My hand is cramping. Who the fuck presses the grip buttons with the ring finger? Who the fuck uses a ring finger for gaming? That is so awkward. And there's a level fucking 3. I don't like this minigame. Nintendo spare short shuffle? Oh, is it random now? I think it's random now. Dude, this is so awkward. This is horrible. I don't like this. This was so bad. How did they expect me to press Y and X while I also press the grip buttons with my ring fingers? Bro. And yeah, it is random. God damn. Dude, this is so awkward. I can't do this. This is so bad. This is horrible. This is so fucking horrible. I do not like pressing the grip buttons with my ring fingers. Oh, actually, if I'm smart about it, I can press L and R instead of R with just one finger each. Actually, let's try this again, and this time I'm gonna win. I messed up already, but this was better. It's just that the shoulder buttons piss me off. There we go. Oh, my hand hurts. Thank God there's no level 4. This This was horrible. I don't get a blister in like 1 minute of doing this shit. But no, I have to hold the controller very awkwardly that I'm not used to and it cramps my hand. Speedrun confirmed. I did do a Pokemon Coliseum speedrun and that's it. There only seems to be one quiz. No, there's more. We're gonna look at second quiz. Okay, hiya. We're gonna about the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller here. You'll find out about the GLGR buttons, the fact that the button height has been considered down to the narrows 0.05 millimeters and more. Okay, sure. 5 makes sense. A new design is a Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller. It is the next to Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. Is there a difference? Am I stupid or does it look a bit smaller? It would have been easy just to take Nintendo Switch Pro Controller and add a few more buttons. But in fact, Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller has been completely redesigned from the ground up. A lot has changed. Okay, cool. Game chat made easy. Yeah, game chat. By the way, I now know the way to use a virtual camera, aka my Vtuber model, in game chat, which is very funny. If you're interested in using game chat, Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller makes it easy to use. But you can bring up the menu straight away with the C button. And this is an audio jack on the underside of a controller. You can get an audio device such as a headset to use game chat even when you're not that close to the console. I'm surprised there is a Nintendo branded headset. They should. It would be very funny. Because the microphone picks up the voices of everyone nearby, just be close to a microphone that's plugged in via an audio jack. Your own voice will be heard more clearly. Yeah, no shit. This isn't just helpful for game chat either. If you don't want the game audio to come from the TV, you can always listen to it using headphones instead. GR buttons. Gotta be honest, before this controller, I did not give a single shit and didn't see the point of buttons on the back. But I do love the GLGR buttons a lot. I use them all the time. On the back of the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller, you'll find the GL and GR buttons. You can use the middle or ring fingers to press them. Okay, I gotta ask for serious. Does anyone have the middle finger up at the triggers? Does anyone do that? Because that just feels so awkward to me. Does anyone in chat actually do that? Actually do? Okay, weird. But no, it just feels so awkward to me. It just makes the controller feel very top heavy when you don't have the middle finger as a support. Or maybe that's just me being weird. But it's just the weight of the controller feels off. These two buttons are different from the other buttons. Off the bat, nothing will happen when you press either of them. They're just a fidget toy. But you can map other buttons to them in any configuration you like. For example, when instead of using the plus button a lot, you can map it to the GR button. I did that for Pokemon. Don't use the left stick more quickly. You could map it to the GL button instead. I'm also doing that in Pokemon. When you keep your thumb on the left stick, hold the ZL button. and press up on the control pad all at the same time. Just map the control pad to the GL button. Listen to the home button to map buttons quickly setting. When mapping setting is stored per user and per game, you can tailor the settings as you prefer for any game you like. The GL buttons also have. You give it. Look, I hold the controller like the one picture, but actually I have my middle finger more flat. So I press the G buttons with the joint and not with the fingertip, which is so comfy. It should be comfortable to press no matter your hand size, sure. You're taking the button's position, relative height and size into account. This means it won't get in the way if you don't need them. Would it be easy to press if you do? Yeah, sure. Nintendo Switch Pro control buttons ain't different from the buttons on Nintendo Switch Pro controller. Yes, they are. Answer is yes, and shoes are fairly extensive. For one, the minus button and plus button now have a different feel to them. They feel way better. Using the capture button and the hold button easy to recognize. They look the exact fucking same, but sure. And you should now be able to input directions on the control pad with more precision. It feels better. They really improved the D-pad, but it is still a modern D-pad, and they all kind of suck for some reason. Usually the A, B, X, and Y buttons are now bigger. That should make them easy to press. Yes, it does. An interesting thing about these buttons, they've actually always stuck out at different heights. The heights were adjusted to account for how your finger move. With the enlarged A, B, X, and Y buttons, your finger move a little differently. So made lots of buttons of differing heights, increments of 0.05 millimeters. Yeah, I can see the difference. Okay, cool. Wire communication. Using Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller, you connect it directly to Nintendo Switch 2 dock via USB cable. The Pro controller communicates with the Nintendo Switch 2 console via wire communication instead of wireless communication, Bluetooth. In such a case, compared to using Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller with wire connection, Switch 2 Pro controller goes slightly on top in terms of speed. So this Switch 2 Pro controller is able to communicate a little faster with the Nintendo Switch 2 console. The way to say is that the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller has a lower latency. By the way, we can also connect the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller directly to the Nintendo Switch 2 console via USB cable if necessary. Cool! Got it out. Okay, have a good one! Okay, chat, did you pay attention? Wait, it's quiz time. How much does the design of the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller differ from the Nintendo Switch Pro controller? Not at all. It's been tweaked slightly, it's been redesigned from scratch. No funny answer. What is unique to the part of the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller shown? The Joy-Con 2 strap, a TV or camera, an external battery, microphone, or a pair of headphones. Imagine an external battery for the Pro controller. Where are the GLGR buttons located on Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller? Right next to the LR buttons, right next to the audio jack, on the back of the grips, they don't exist. No funny answers! On the inside of the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller, the A, B, X, Y buttons were tested in increments of how many millimeters? 1 millimeter, 0.5 millimeters, 0.1 millimeters, 0.05 millimeters. It's this one. What must you do to enable viral communication with a Super Controller? Eat a bagel. Place it on a table, connect with a USB cable. Eat a bagel, right? Bagel. Yay! I think I mistake, you nailed the quiz. Look, you have more Nintendo Switch Pro Controller knowledge on your belt now. And we're gonna get a second one. Hi Marv, how are you? So enough myself for today. Okay, nice. You found out all about smooth gliding sticks, seamless grips, and more. Okay, interested. Okay, on your 4, thank you. Light and thin. In terms of weight, Switch 2 Pro Controller is a little bit lighter than its predecessor. Yeah, I can tell. It is very much lighter. Noticeably so. Even part of the controller has also been made a bit thinner. This is to give you room for your middle and ring finger to rest while you're holding the controller. Yeah, honestly, the controller is so good in terms of shape and everything. In feel, it is so good. It's easy to hold in general. Yes, very much so. Smooth gliding sticks. So the control sticks on the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller. We couldn't smooth gliding sticks. They're designed not to feel sticky or like they're snagging to anything. Also, there shouldn't be any rattling when you tilt them all the way. Yeah, I'm wiggling them around right now. You only hear a little bit of sound when I wiggle them violently. Because the 6 axes have been designed to reach the limit of the range. Oh. So they stop at a certain point that you can't see from the outside. And at the point of contact, we place a soft sheet. It gently cushions the area that makes it quieter. That's the idea behind the term smooth gliding sticks. Also a really cool design. Seamless grips. Because of the Switch 2 Pro Controller also go by another name. We call them seamless grips. They made sure there are no grooves in any places that your hand might easily touch. Yeah. This is where most of the gamer gunk builds up. Like open screws or seams. Or grooves or whatever. Prevents dirt and grime from building up in the cracks. Yeah. All the gamer gunk goes there. And it's almost impossible to clean. Does it make the controller feel nice and satisfying to hold through? To tell you the truth, it's incredibly difficult to make a complex controller shape out of plastic. Especially one without any grooves. But with a lot of finessing, we made it work. And it's worth the effort. Inspired by Nintendo GameCube, I will die on the hill and say that the GameCube controller is the most overrated controller ever. I do not like the GameCube controller. The grips feel like absolute garbage on a GameCube controller. The button layout is decent though, but the grips are so bad. One thing about the grips on Nintendo Switch Pro controller, they've been completely redesigned. We took some inspiration from the grips on Nintendo GameCube controller. No, they didn't, because the Switch 2 Pro Con grips actually feel nice. And find out the basis of the grips. Why? Because it gives your middle and ring fingers some more space to rest. This makes the grips of the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller easier to hold. I don't see the GameCube inspiration, gotta be completely honest. Wait, let me grab a GameCube controller real quick. Yeah, the GameCube grips are so bad. Gonna be 100% honest. The GameCube grips are so bad. Because my middle finger is just touching the back of the D-pad and the C-stick. It is so uncomfortable. It is just too small for my big hands. Yes, I have big hands. Leave me alone. Okay, so the quiz. Chad, you paid attention? Hopefully. Please give me funny answers. Question number 1. The woodplate has Nintendo Switch Pro controller been modified to make it easier to hold. The keys have been made out of rubber. The main part of the controller has been made thinner. The straps have been added, or buttons have been removed. Yeah, no buttons anymore. No buttons. Who needs buttons for gaming, right? What name do the control sticks on Nintendo Switch Pro controller go by? C stick, 3D sticks, smooth gliding sticks, carrot sticks. Has to be carrot sticks, right? Question number 3. Was removed from places on Nintendo Switch Pro controller. Your hands might easily have touched plastic, the GLGR buttons, vibrations, group. Yeah, I'm totally gonna touch vibrations. And you fit them to your Uma Musume. Yeah. Because the Nintendo Switch Pro controller are inspired by the design of which other controller? The Nintendo 64 controller, the GameCube controller, the Wii Wheel, the gamepad. I don't see the GameCube inspiration. I just don't. But sure. Because they feel so completely different. This is closest ever for, yeah. But like seriously, just look at a picture of the Pro-Con and the GameCube controller. The grips look nothing alike. Nothing alike. They don't feel alike either. Is there many expedition attendees come and go anytime? I've never seen anyone quite so thorough as you, my dear. Okay, sure. I think we're done with the Pro Controller area. With all the quizzes, all the minigames, the tech demo. Yep, 100% done. Okay. Now I go to the next area, which should be K. But where is L? Is the question. Area K up ahead has been described as round and hilly. Just for information. Okay, sure. Ah, yes, a fancy piece of plastic. I lost novelty like 2 years into the Wii era. Let's look for all the stamps. Just a lot. This thing doesn't get a stamp? Okay, sure. Because at the end, I'm in the second to last area, I think. We're on the wheel now. Which I did not buy because I do not care for motion controls. We do the minigame after the quiz, if there is a quiz. Honestly, I'm not sure if this area even has a quiz. What would they even ask about it? LED, yes. Just 3 more stamps, okay. Oh, we can walk on the outside, cool. There is a quiz, of course there is. Anything on this side? Oh, the lost item. But we can pick up 2 at the same time? Okay, give me a second. You know, 1 hat and 1 pair of glasses is a bit heavy, you know. And like, I play a female avatar, so I don't have pockets, of course. That's how it works, right? Because as we all know, women don't have pockets. So, fashion brands can sell purses. That's a legit thing, by the way. Women pants don't have pockets so they can sell more handbags. Shocks on them, I wear unisex clothing. But yeah. I just wear cargo shorts, gotta be honest. Because purses are stupid. If anything, I'd rather have a backpack. We're getting at least 17 medals. Yeah, sure, let's check them out. Are you much of a petrol head? What's a... Does that mean a car fanatic? Or what? A car nut? You have the feel vibration from the 𝗟cie𝗴ጽ feature that mimics a motorbike engine. This is a mini game, by the way, so don't expect any actual racing or having to turn corners. Car enthusiast, I guess. Yeah, car nut. It's all about feeling the different vibrations from the thundering roar of the engine. Okay. By the way, I can drive motorcycles. I just I never took the license test and I don't own one. But I have a friend who let me drive his once just to try it out. And I instantly got it. Like it instantly clicked. But I have no use for one. Okay, I have to keep them upside down. Vroom, vroom, vroom! We drive slowly. Reach max speed, okay. Do we get all the way to 200 kilometers? The vibration is fine, by the way. I'm still not convinced about 𝗟cie𝗴ጽ. It's still just Rumble, just more obnoxious. Like, I'm just gonna stick with the Joy-Con, I guess. Very natural, you feel the streets this day. Did you feel it, the pulse of the engine? Like, the beating of your heart? No. Just no. Oh, here's a stamp. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. By the way, does anyone enjoy playing the Joy-Con sideways? Does anyone actually enjoy that? Wait, L is down there. Under the console, okay. Interesting, but let's do the quiz. How there's so many sheets with this fucking wheel? What? Why? It's a fucking piece of plastic you slap on for Mario Kart. What? What the hell? Using detaching controllers is easy. Yeah, you just slap it in. Because of the Joy-Con 2 wheel, detaching the Joy-Con 2 controller is easy. I wasn't expecting, to be honest. This game is weird, yeah. Is it Joy-Con wheel for Nintendo Switch 2? For Nintendo Switch 1? With this accessory, you had to push Joy-Con, then pull the controller out to detach it. But it's different for the Joy-Con 2 wheel. Let's allow the Joy-Con 2 controller to be easily clicked into place and smoothly detached. Okay, sure. Okay, attach the Joy-Con 2 controller can be comfortably attached to the Joy-Con 2 wheel. A small gap just below the Joy-Con 2 helps with this. However, if all we did was leave a gap, we would run into a problem. Joy-Con 2 would slip out when turning control stick down. So what do? We can replace a piece of rubber to hold the Joy-Con 2 in place. When turning the control stick down, the Joy-Con sits squarely on a piece of rubber. Blah. And conveniently, the piece of rubber doesn't get in the way when attaching the controller. Thanks to this, the controller feels securely attached to the wheel and won't accidentally come off. Okay, sure. The magnets rotate. What? Joy-Con 2 controller is attached to the Joy-Con 2 wheel magnetically. Players on the Joy-Con 2 wheel stick to the steel SL and SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2, and when the SL SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 wheel are pressed, the SL SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 attached to the wheel are pressed too. But just pressing them down didn't work that well. If the magnets moved, the Joy-Con 2 moved along with them. This could result in the SLSR buttons not being pressed as intended. But if the SLSR buttons were pressed with some kind of rod, the Joy-Con 2 would come off the magnets. So what do? We made the magnets rotate. Oh, that's what they mean. At the access point, the Joy-Con 2 is still stuck to the magnets and doesn't move. In fact, at the point of rotation, the SL and SR or SR button is pressed down. Okay, sure. I guess that's cool design. Joy-Con 2 wheel pulls in the Joy-Con 2. It does so using internal magnets. The closer the magnet is to the thing it sticks to, the stronger the pull. And we wanted it to be difficult to accidentally detach the Joy-Con 2 from the Joy-Con 2 wheel, so we made the plastic covering the magnets quite thin. It's common to use plastic with a thickness of approximately 1 millimeter, but in this case, the plastic we're using is especially thin, with less than 0.3 millimeters. We so that the Joy-Con 2 wheel and the controller are as close connected as possible. Okay, sure. You've worked hard and for everything to deserve a quiz. Okay, sure. Chat, did you pay attention? Joy-Con 2 wheel Volume 1. They have more to say about the fucking piece of plastic. The following is used to attach a shotgun to control the shotgun to wheel, glue, magnetic force, and electric current, strong conviction. It is strong conviction, right? Number 2. What has been done to ensure that shotgun to control can be comfortably attached to the shotgun to wheel? A gap was added just below the shotgun to controller. The shotgun to wheel allows just enough space for shotgun to and no more. The shotgun to wheel is a suction to hold the shotgun to control in place. Shotgun to wheel complements you when you attach the shotgun to control. Oh, I would like the last one. The last one would be really nice. What happens to the magnets between the shotgun to wheel and the shotgun to controller when the SL/SR buttons are pressed on the shotgun to wheel? They sink straight down, they get bigger, they rotate, they stretch. So let's stretch a button. Shotgun to wheel. Attach a shotgun too. Well done. So I want the wheel to be like when you attach it correctly. Be like, oh, you're looking mighty sexy today. Effect is a plastic around the magnets between shotgun 2 wheel and shotgun 2 controller. 0.3mm or less, and 0.5mm, 3mm, 5mm or more. Dude, 5mm would make the magnets so bad. Yay! Full marks! We are smart, Chad! You retained information you read 5 minutes ago! We are so smart! I found out about the screws hidden inside the shotgun 2 wheel, steering wheels, and dinners. They just want to talk about the Wii wheel. Wait, did the Wii U also have a wheel thing, or did it just use the Wii wheel? I guess it just used the Wii wheel because it still has the Wii mode. Was there any other wheel Nintendo did? I only know of the Wii wheel and the Switch and now Switch 2 wheel. You probably already know. The Joy-Con to controller are larger than Nintendo Switch console's Joy-Con controller. And when you compare the Joy-Con 2 wheel to the Joy-Con wheel, you'll notice that there isn't much difference in terms of size. Because we tried to make both the Joy-Con wheel and the Joy-Con 2 wheel and the Joy-Con wheel as small as possible. Why though? We're supposed to ensure that people with smaller hands could reach the control sticks and buttons. Dude, I have big hands and even I struggle with the control stick when holding the Joy-Con sideways. It's so uncomfortable. That said, even though the Joy-Con 2 is about the same size as the Joy-Con wheel overall, SL and SR buttons are now large and easy to press. I just like that everything with the Switch 2, the best part about it is that it made the buttons bigger. That's the one part I appreciate the most. Just that the buttons are bigger. Because again, I have big hands. And easy to grip the wheel. Joy-Con 2 wheel, there's a groove where the parts join there. Then you touch this part with your fingers and get all the gamer gunk in there. So you thought about how to prevent this from happening? You can see that the Joy-Con 2 wheel is constructed a bit differently. There are almost no grooves on the outside. Dude, honestly, design-wise, all the little improvements, like that you think wouldn't matter, like getting rid of grooves and shit, makes such a big difference. I love that there's almost no grooves. It makes everything feel way more premium. If that makes sense. It's actually a bit unusual. Joy-Con 2 wheels, shape and construction make it feel satisfying to hold. seen screws, yet they're hidden behind the orange part. Joy-Con 2 wheel has a lot of screws. They need to hold the plastic in place. Do you know where they are? Under the thing? Yep. They're actually underneath the outer plastic, and there are 6 of them. We intend to make the Joy-Con 2 wheel look as much like a real steering wheel as possible. Also to protect it from gamer gunk. These other improvements on their own are good enough. Adding them up makes so much better experience allegedly. Yeah, like bigger buttons, no grooves to build up grime and shit. The screen is way clearer. It has better audio quality. Like even something like the cartridge slot being way less flimsy makes such a big difference when you switch cartridges a lot, which I do. The dock feels nicer because it's rounded. Like all the little things make such a big difference for the whole thing. On topic of wheels, other games have been played with steering wheel controls have been around for a long time. The Wii Wheel, a long time. Dude, when the Wii Wheel came out, I was 12. The Joy-Con wheel for Nintendo Switch. The Labo wheel! I forgot about that! Labo Toy-Con free vehicle kit. These are just a few examples. If you go further back in time, you can find even more examples. It's Racing 112 1978. Wait, that's a Nintendo thing? I've seen this before. And even a Drive Game 1966, both which were exclusive to Japan. Steering wheel controls let you enjoy the feeling of driving a car. Gotta be honest, I only enjoyed steering wheel controls in arcades before. If it's an arcade, I don't give a shit about wheel controls. It is customary to offer those who complete a quiz. Okay. This was slightly more interesting than the previous quiz. The previous info boards, because the previous one only kept shilling the magnets. And I get it, the magnets are cool. They're so much better than the Switch one sliding or whatever. But can we move on? Magnets can only be so interesting, you know. We just make the Joy-Con 2 wheel for Nintendo Switch 2 or the Joy-Con wheel for Nintendo Switch, the Joy-Con wheel 2 or the Joy-Con wheel, they're about the same size. No funny answer. What has been done to make the Joy-Con 2 wheel easier to grip? With very soft materials, the grooves have been positioned to massage your hands. Ah yes, like a normal steering wheel. The grooves are now mostly out of reach of your hands. Joy-Con 2 wheel has been turned inside out. What the fuck? There are 6 screws on the outside of the Joy-Con 2 wheel. But where are they hidden? Under the inner plastic, under the outer plastic, inside of a drawer. There are actually any screws at all. Outer plastic. Are the screws still outside if they're under the outer plastic? Does it still count as outside? No, right? Hi, Tekimo. Hi, Eki. Fucking bullshit. But for Nintendo games, which is the oldest to have used steering wheel controls? Drive Game, Racing 112, Mario Kart Wii, Nintendo Labo, Drive Game. Full marks! Are you playing Noriko? Yeah, it's paying me because I paid for it. Did that you to me the knowledge on track on two-wheel exceeds that of the average layperson? Sure. I guess I can now actually people on everything switch to it. Any of the minigame which has 2 levels. Okay. Do you know what you're getting yourself into here, right? This is a minigame about driving a car, but this ain't your average track race. You can tell the track and do control to a stunt drive on 2 wheels. You play with mouse controls, moving the car to left or right. So you have to drive on 2 wheels to squeeze through tight gaps. Okay, sure. Mouse controls! Oh, okay. Oh, this is kind of cool. This is kind of really cool. I fucked up. This is kind of really cool. And I messed up too much. Okay. But this is fun. I want this in WarioWare. Ouch. Come on. This wasn't too bad though. This might be my favorite minigame. This is really stupid and really fun. I love stupid fun. Damn it. But I did it, okay. Hey bunny, how are you? This was fun. I like this minigame a lot. Really tearing up the asphalt. Your dodging and dashing looked pretty effortless too. Level 2, let's go. Give some good shit. Wasn't spikes, okay. It doesn't take a cannon to crash into the walls, okay. Just more obstacles, I guess. Walls and switches. Oh, walls, okay. time is switch, okay. This is kinda hard. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. No! This is kinda hard. I like it. Let's go. I'm really enjoying this minigame a lot. Oh no, like this. Okay, let's try this again. I hit the off-road. Once you tilt, you sadly cannot steer. Fuck! Bullshit. Okay, way better. Let's do this again. But this one is really awesome. For the most part. But don't suck at it, it's kind of awesome. Ouch. I miss a turbo, wow. Bro. Still a new record though. That last bit is hard. Even at tilt, I cannot move. Daddy hit! Oh, we try again. Of course, I had to fucking off-road. This part is difficult. Okay, now just don't mess up this part. I got this. Let's go! Gaming! Fuck yeah! That was awesome! I'm done with this area. And I think before we go to the last area, which is L, we should finish all the mini games, right? Let's do that. Wait, why did I end up at the quiz? Whatever. Let's finish the mini games we opened up, and then go to the final area. Nightmare mode. Difficulty spike. We get to return lost item. True. Twin UFO. Why? I just survived. No, I need to get 20 points. Okay. Oh my god. alone? What? How? How am I supposed to do this? Dude, I wish I had someone with me right now for this. Holy shit, this is bullshit. I don't even know which is which. Okay, this is silver. Okay, at least we got the first medal. They've been generous this round. Dude, this is hard. This is stupid. This is so dumb. God damn it. Dude, we're gonna sit here a while. Until I get too pissed off. And I'm probably gonna rage quit this one. This is so stupid. I can barely play with one mouse. Dude. Dude. They had no chill right now. What is this bullshit? Nightmare mode is accurate. And I hate that it's accurate. This would already be hard enough if just one. Just saying. That was unfair. That was so unfair. Dude, I hate this. This is stupid. I should have stayed in the fucking corner. I can just sit one in the corner either. Dude, if they at least had a pattern I could get used to. But no, they're completely random. Yeah, too many on this side. It's like they're targeting me. Damn it. Yeah, this is too hard for me. I'm quitting. I need a friend for this one. Because it is bullshit. You could some sick muscles. No, I apparently don't. I keep going. Hell no. Okay, 7 colors, which you cannot see because it's a touchscreen game. Which I guess means there's gonna be 7 colors on a touchscreen. Okay, yeah, you cannot see this. Massive satch. I'm gonna try to describe it. I just gotta touch buttons at the same time with my fingers. Like it's just in a normal pattern. But there's just 7 colors now. What? I didn't let go! Is it a let go? I did not! It wants me to do very awkward movements. Oh, this is very awkward. Yeah, I lost. I cannot press that one. Damn it! I just assume yesterday go. It went pretty well. This is hard. Okay, just 2 more. Come on. I cannot press that one. Fuck! I finger blocked myself. It's basically 7 rows of different colors with 4 buttons each, and I have to play Twister with them. And it's really difficult. I think I already finger blocked myself. Pretty sure. Yeah, I finger blocked myself. God damn it. It would be easier if I had shorter fingernails so I can just press them from above. But no, I have to press them sideways because I have long fingernails. It's so stupid. I just need 9 touches, come on. Okay. I could press the next button if I had shorter fingernails. No! Damn it! I'm sorry you can't see this, by the way, yeah? It is what it is. Okay. It's looking good so far. I've not finger blocked myself yet. Okay, please be nice. It's gonna let go! I didn't let go! It's lying! I didn't get a second medal though! I was just about to press the last... No! Oh, come on. It's like go, but I did not. I still felt the heat of the switch. Bullshit! That's something to do when I cut my fingernails. Which I should do anyway, they're a bit too long now. I'm just having to scoff at... Yeah, shut the hell up. I'm disappointed. Speed maze! Another one I suck at because I am not a mouse gamer. Zigzag through the gaps, okay. A tight squeeze. 1.2 seconds, okay. Oh god. Oh god. The lines don't reset. That's so annoying. Why don't the lines reset? That's bullshit. They should reset. Why don't the lines reset? Their thoughts on Nick characters. I do not give a single shit about it. I just care that Tatsune Miku is in the game. I'm gonna be a Miku main. Come on! The big cap is gonna be gone again. Oh, I was so close! Are you serious? Come on! Ah! Shit! Let's go! Sub 1 second! I'm such a gamer! Honestly, this should give me the fucking third medal. Do we all agree? Yes, we agree. Thank you. Speed race is... Oh no, we have 2 golf minigames. No. We have golf 2 times. I suck suck at the golf game. Okay. Angular course. Please don't have a super tight time limit. Honestly, the golf one should be a stroke goal instead of a time goal. Gotta be honest. More like golf. Yeah, golf. Okay, I have 15 seconds. Oh god. It didn't turn. The club didn't fucking turn. Yeah, bullshit. How are you? The first attempt was so good, but the fucking putter didn't turn. Okay, I need to calibrate real quick. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. I suck at this minigame. The putter gets recalibrated every single time. And it's so annoying. Because then everything is always off. That was too strong. Fuck off. Too strong. Too strong. Wrong angle. Wrong angle. Too strong, I guess. Okay, let me recalibrate it. No! Bullshit! What was that? That was so inaccurate. What the hell was that? Every attempt it changes the calibration and it's so fucking annoying. Yeah, fly off. What the? It just messes up my calibration every single attempt. Come on! That was bullshit. Again, it messes up the calibration every single attempt. for no fucking reason. No. No. God damn it! 0.18 seconds. Bullshit. Because the fucking calibration is always off. Come on. There we go. I need a little nudge. Ah, there's gonna be another level. There's a fourth course. Why? Why is there a fourth course of this garbage minigame? This honestly might be my least favorite. Pitfall course. Oh, fuck off. We're playing the Pitfall Bridge now. 7 seconds. It better be short. Ah! First try! Fuck this shit! Okay, good. This was stupid. I don't like this golf minigame. Because really, every time you mess up, it recalibrates your controller. But after every swing, the controller is slightly different, right? So it messes up the calibration a little bit every single time. Instead of just keeping it. Hi Ming, how are you? Random targets. Okay. At least this is a fun one. Time for some aim labs. .5 seconds. Okay, that's pretty generous. Oh. I see why it's generous. I didn't see the corner, my mic was in the way. That is mean. I'm handicapped. And again, I am not a PC gamer. I'm not good with mouse movements. How do I do this in 2.5 if they're so fucking far away? How? Wow. Again, why are they so far away? Nice. Can you tell I'm not a PC gamer? Can you tell? I did it! Maybe I'm a PC gamer. No, I'm not. Okay. Any other minigames left? Yes, color the shapes. Oh, we get to draw pictures again. We get to draw a picture. We get to draw a snake. Yay! We get to color the shape. Let's go. a second, 12 seconds. Oh god, that's a funny noodle. It's a very silly noodle. Yeah, this is in 12 seconds. I don't care. I did a good job. Did I do a good job? But yeah, the goal is to probably color like this. Oh, this is hard to twist and turn. Way better. Okay, maybe I should take the Joy-Con a bit more to the middle of the desk. I did it! Yay! I'm good at coloring pictures! Yay! Do I get a good noodle star? Jack, give me a good noodle star, please. I deserve it. I did such a good job coloring. Yay! Such speed. You the market pen as if it were your own arm. Because it was. But we're missing something here. Oh wait, we didn't return the thing yet. Maybe that counts. Oh no, we're missing one medal, right? I'm stupid. Because this minigame fucking sucks ass. I hate this. I'm never gonna get that second medal now. Not alone. And here we can play the camera minigame. Okay. Time to go to the last area, which is L. Or the L I took when I bought this game. Oh, do we go inside? Oh, does it mean we have one last big area? Because it has to be big, right? Is there something over here? I just have to check. No, okay. Do we climb in through the USB port? Almost. Would have been funny, eh? Okay. We're inside the switch. Area L. Let's look for all this shit. Here's some shit. Like a SD card slot. It's the battery. Speaker L. Oh. Wireless antenna. Okay, sure. Oh. Oh, the volume buttons. And that means the power button. Brightness sensor. Heatsink. Okay, sure. Fan. Yeah, this is a fan. They should put some guardrails around the fan, gotta be honest. Very dangerous. They must have good lawyers. Wait, just it's Nintendo, they have good lawyers. Fuck. Fuck! Headphone check. Wait, it's just a Switch cartridge inside here. That's kinda cute, even though this is a digital game. It is kinda cute though. Dude, there's so many quizzes here. What the hell? Hey, Pumpkin, how are you? How there's so many fucking quizzes inside here? Yeah, look at this shit. There's... Wait... There's 11 quizzes! What? Why are there this many quizzes? God damn! I'm gonna finish looking for other shit first though. We're near the end, but no, yeah. This game just never ends. At least it's in a really cool area. But there's something, heat pipe, cool. Like the inside of the Switch is a really cool area. I must say, running around inside the Switch is pretty pog. How do I get to the bottom part? Also, there's only one minigame. A single one. Where the fuck am I going? There has to be something around here, right? There better be. There is nothing here. Wow. Not even a lost item? Bullshit. We're missing things. Wait, this is a thing? We are missing two things. Before game card slot. Oh, I see what it is. Okay. The other one? Okay, it's all in the same area. Let's go over here. Here should be a thing. Isn't this something? It is something. How do I get up there? How? What? How do I get there? Oh, for the bottom half. Okay, okay. I see how. And here's something. Okay. There is antenna upper. Okay. And for the other one, I need to go to the bottom again. Let's just go here, I guess. That's what this path is for. Going all the way through here somehow. Dude, this is so hard to reach. It better be something interesting. It's a fucking microphone. Okay. Wait. Is there an area past L? Okay, wait, there's too many games actually. Also, look at these at the fucking inside page. Holy shit. What is this bullshit? I guess we work done the quizzes and then finish with the mini games. And they don't look like short ones either. The console inside one. Shad, you ready for some reading? I'm not. Let me hydrate a bit first. Okay. Many circuit board parts. When you switch to console circuit board, you have twice as many parts as if were on Nintendo Switch console circuit board. The most common type of part used is a capacitor. These are used to help maintain stable electrical signals. As Nintendo Switch 2 console exchanges electrical signals at a much higher speed than Nintendo Switch console does. The slight sensibility could cause it to stop working properly. So what we did was just even more capacitors to ensure that electrical signals were distributed as little as possible. By enabling the exchange of stable, high-speed electrical signals in this way, Switch console can run at high speeds. Cool. It run fast. TLDR, it run fast. This is a circuit board inside of a Nintendo Switch 2 console. It may seem like it's just a single layer to you at first. But this single sheet is actually made up of more than 10 thin layers. Each of these thin layers contain wiring that connects one component to another. The wires are a bit like the human nervous system. There are thousands of these wires in a console circuit board. Each layer uses a slight different wiring layout. We designed it as if we were trying to solve a puzzle with our hands. Okay, cool. Gotta be honest, I do not understand a single thing about technology. Not a single thing. I know how to plug shit in, I don't know how shit works. As you may know, the equivalent Nintendo Switch console has over 10 layers of thousands of wires. But the wiring isn't just about connecting all the components together. Other things need to be considered too. For instance, it's not possible to have wires crossing on a single layer. The wires have to be narrower than 0.1mm to avoid overlap. The length of the wiring is important too. When an electrical signal runs through the wire, it's about as fast as the speed of light. But consider the fact that this exchange takes place in a fraction of a billionth of a second. When you have several wires sending data together, they all need to be the same length, whereas the signals will arrive at different times. So we had to make the length of each wire match, ensuring that the signals arrive at the same time. That's pretty cool. And one more thing. We made sure that the wires are not too long, as the signals could become too weak to reach their destination. And not too close to each other, as the signals could get mixed up. Okay, cool. They get really technical here, I guess. Games use electricity. What? No way! Chat, did you know that? No way games use electricity. Nutty the fuck? Games use a lot of electricity. This is two concepts typically used to play games. No shot. A gaming console used to play games? What? It's also quite likely you need a lot of electricity. If you were to use a multi-purpose smart device, which is not just used for games, for a full day, the same amount of electricity would be used by Nintendo Switch console in about 3 hours. Incidentally, when half of this electricity is used on the main computer, which is called the SOC, which means System on a Chip. Okay, cool. Nintendo Switch 2 has games. Yeah, it should just be the slogan to spit in the face of PlayStation. Okay, try to pay attention. I already forgot half of it. Nintendo Switch Console Volume 1. Which of the following consoles has more components in its circuit board? Nintendo Switch, Nintendo Switch 2. No funny answer, it's the Switch 2. How many different layers comprise Nintendo Switch console circuit board? 135/10. Well, it's 10. So I guess over 10 is valid, huh? Richie, how are you? How fast are the signals that travel through the wiring in the Switch 2 console circuit board? The speed of a top human athlete. The speed of a bullet train, the speed of a jet, the speed of light. Human athlete, right? Speed of light. What of the Switch 2 console uses the most power? The screen, the microphone, the speaker, Imagine if the microphone used the most power. Hi Smile, how are you? But yeah, the main computer uses the most power, obviously. Yay, I'm a gamer! I retained information from 5 minutes ago! Yay! Okay, 1 of 11 done. Oh, another one popped up! So there's 12! Are you shitting me? Why? Are you fucking shitting? A 12 quest showed up. You have to be shitting me. Dudes! There's so many quests in here! You can learn more about Nintendo Switch 2 console here. Sure. Whenever there's an electric current running through the circuit board wiring inside Nintendo Switch 2 console, there will always be electromagnetic noise present. If a bit of electromagnetic noise were to be emitted from the console, nearby devices might not work properly. Electromagnetic noise doesn't easily penetrate metal. To prevent a lot of it from escaping the console, there are the areas that emit a lot of it in metal. This was done even for the main computer called the SOC. That is, metal was wrapped around the SOC to prevent it from emitting a lot of electromagnetic noise. Cool. I should want 100% that. I mean, I can't because I don't have the camera for the camera minigame. But I still want to read it all. I guess I want to have it to be a complete playthrough. When the weather is drier and the temperature is lower, The next time your finger touches metal, you may feel a little shock. This is static electricity. If static electricity hits a game console, those will become unresponsive or break altogether. Oh no! You wouldn't want that to happen. So we employed a few tricks in places where your fingers are likely to touch metal. Game card slot and the Joy-Con two magnetic connector areas are two such places. For example, needed parts to soften the impact of a sudden jolt of static electricity, as well as spots that absorb it. These spots stop the static electricity from getting to parts that they might otherwise easily damage. Okay, cool. It is the material stuck together. The main cases of the Nintendo Switch 2 console, which has the other parts, is made from two types of material. These materials are very tightly attached to each other. One is magnesium alloy, shown in orange. That is plastic, shown in black. The magnesium alloy from the inner part. It's strong and robust and also serves to reduce electromagnetic noise. Then there's the outer layer out of plastic. Even when the unit gets warm, the plastic lets you touch the console without it feeling too hot. We stuck these two materials together to make full use of them. The console itself is thinner than if it had made it entirely out of plastic. And there is more space on the inside too. Okay, cool. On top of the Nintendo Switch 2 console, you'll find a USB Type-C connector. It can be used to charge the console's battery. That means that the console can be played in handheld mode or tabletop mode even while charging. And that's not all. The USB Type-C connector can also be used to connect a Nintendo Switch 2 camera to the console. The camera can be used while playing games in TV mode, tabletop mode, and handheld mode. Didn't we have this already? Didn't we have this in the camera quiz? I'm pretty sure we did. There's one thing to keep in mind though. The USB-C connector cannot be used to connect the Nintendo Switch 2 console to the Nintendo Switch 2 dock. So please do not attempt to turn the console upside down to insert it into the dock that way. Okay. Okay, chat, didn't pay attention! It's not for the quiz! Number 1. Are the areas of the Nintendo Switch 2 console circuit board encased in with electromagnetic noise from escaping? Rubber, plastic, metal, a blanket. Chat, do you remember? It has to be a nice comfy blanket, right? We do want a blanket around hot electronics, right? Question number 2. When you touch one of the metal parts of Nintendo Switch 2 console, what can be transmitted from your hand to the console? A message, ultraviolet light, ultrasonic waves, electricity, a message, sure, an email. Thank you for the cozy factor, true. The parts of Nintendo Switch 2 console are encased in a combination of plastic and what material? Titanium alloy, magnesium alloy, aluminium alloy, calcium alloy. Yeah, it was magnesium. No funny answer. Which of the following can you not do with the USB Type-C connector on the top of the Nintendo Switch 2 console? Charge the console, connect the camera, insert the console into the dock. It can be used to do all of the above. It cannot be connected to the dock. But what if we tried? I bet someone out there tried and destroyed everything. Please don't spawn a new quiz. Oh, dispatch again. Hello again, my friend. Before I forget, I never did introduce you to my green card associate here, did I? Would you care to know more about him? No, I do not give a single shit about your assistant. Okay, learning about wireless communication. 5? To learn about Bluetooth? Why? We need 5 info sheets for Bluetooth? Come on. Limited wireless connection. When it comes to wireless communication on the Nintendo Social Console, all sorts of types are possible. There's online communication via Wi-Fi, communication via Bluetooth between the Nintendo Switch 2 console and other devices such as the Joy-Con 2 controllers, near-field communication NFC with Amiibo, and local communication between consoles. Quite a list, huh? And since none of these communication methods involve cables, you don't have to worry about anything getting in the way or tangled up. Wireless communication can be very handy indeed. But I gotta be honest, I do like link cables, like the Game Boy era. That shit was kinda cool. Three antennas. Within the Virtual Console, there are 3 antennas. These 3 antennas exchange signals with other devices. They used to connect devices such as Joy-Con 2 controllers, Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controllers, or Bluetooth headphones. It can also be used by Wi-Fi to connect to the internet. I use LAN because I'm a real gamer. Or to other Nintendo Switch 2 consoles. In case you were wondering, these parts encasing the entire console and the parts around the antenna have an additional function. Actually help the antennas work. Okay, cool. Thing just works. Thanks for the details. Reading mix-up signals. The wavy signal used for online communication and the Bluetooth signal used for devices such as the Joy-Con 2 controllers can get mixed up. Without employing extra measures to prevent this, Chris would import communication between devices. So to help prevent this, there may be a way to keep the signals apart. For example, they can either use Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, but not both. The console switches back and forth between these 2 types of communication extremely quickly. It can also slightly offset the signal frequency. With these measures in place, the signals have a much lower risk of getting mangled. Okay. Sure. Human body and antennas. There's an interesting fact for you. You know that it's actually difficult for radio signals to pass through the human body. So when the console is using wireless communication, behind the body are close to the antennas, there's a chance it may weaken the signal. We took steps to make sure that the signal wouldn't get weakened too much. The way we did so was by considering the positioning of the antennas inside the Nintendo Switch 2 console. We did our best to ensure that your hands are out of the way of the antennas when using handheld mode. As for the Joy-Con 2 controller antennas, there are different ways to hold the controllers depending on the game, so try to distribute the antennas evenly as best as we could. Then there's this antenna in Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller. It is only one way to hold the Pro controller, so we kept the antenna away from your extended hand position. Hi UF, how are you? Basically, the antennas are positioned based on where you would be holding the controller or console. No shit. Nintendo and wireless technology. Are they going to talk about the Wavebird? In the past, Nintendo game consoles used cables for the communication. But as time went on, there was a gradual shift in wireless technology. It used to be that when you wanted to connect 2 game consoles together to play, the link cable. For instance, the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance systems would you need a special cable to link them. I bought one of those just for the living decks I did for Emerald. They had a wireless adapter for use of the Game Boy Advance system, the various communication as with the DS system. As for controllers, according to the GameCube console, Nintendo controllers had to be connected with a cable. Yeah, the Wavebird, such an ugly bastard. The GameCube devices with wireless technology. The GameCube Wavebird wireless controller used dedicated wireless, while the Wii remote uses Bluetooth. Yeah, the Wavebird is so fucking ugly. I don't understand why people like this controller. It looks horrible and uncomfy. A similar shift has been seen with regard to internet connections. The GameCube console had to be connected to the internet via LAN cable. Nintendo DS system and Wii console have used Wi-Fi technology for this. Then from the 2000s, the number of Nintendo devices using wireless communication steadily increased. Okay, cool. There better not pop up a second quiz about wireless. Okay, Jenny, pay attention! Which of the following can communicate wirelessly with Nintendo Social Console? Hanafuda playing cards, Game & Watch consoles. Nintendo Sound Clock Alarmo. Amiibo. Chat, do you know? Hi, Tiago. There has to be a Hanafuda playing card, right? There are 3 of these inside of the Nintendo Social Console. What are they? Styluses, antennas, umbrellas. It has to be umbrellas. So you can play outside in the rain. Which of the following is offset when Nintendo Social Console is using 2 types of wireless communication? Shock waves, sound waves, radio waves, tidal waves. Actually, I didn't pay attention, but it's radio waves, right? Which of the following is difficult for things to pass through? Air, glass, plastic, the human body. No funny answer. It's a human body. Historically, through which medium have Nintendo game consoles communicated with other and their controllers? Sonar. Telephone landline. Physical cables, the postal service. Yeah, the postal service, right? But yeah, physical cables. I miss link cables. I guess it just shows how old I am. Link cables were awesome. Okay, we did it! Where's the next of the 12 quizzes? Let's go to this one, I guess. Only SD cards. How much are they gonna expand the SD card slot? 5 for a fucking SD card. Brother! By the way, I ordered a micro SD card express for like half a terabyte when the Switch was announced in April. It still hasn't arrived yet. I'm still working with internal storage so far. It's so... But bro... Look how many fucking how much fucking shit there is in the inner area. My god. Memory cards, yeah. Micro SD Express card can be used to save various Nintendo Switch 2 data. What are they doing to take that long? They moved the delivery date like 5 times, and every time the reason is ordered by supplier. I guess I'm just low on the list because apparently everyone buys one at the moment. And every time they get a delivery, they send out to the ones that ordered one first, of course. So I guess it's just a very long waiting list. It's an excuse to not fly over the Alps. Bitch, it's a Swiss company. It's on Swiss Amazon, but it's not Amazon because Amazon doesn't exist here. But it's the Swiss equivalent of Amazon. Unlike games, that's when the screenshots and videos taken with the capture button can be saved to one. You can use a micro SD Express card if you run out of space in your console system memory. Nintendo Switch console is compatible with micro SD cards, but Nintendo Switch console is only compatible with micro SD Express cards. Nintendo Switch, the micro SD Express card slot is located beneath the stand on the back of the console. In case it helps, the slot has micro SD Express written inside it. Wow, thanks. What Pokemon do you want to get a Mega? The only Pokemon I want to get a Mega is my Diana, because it's my favorite Pokemon, and I want it to be usable. But I know it doesn't get one. Now about the micro SD Express cards. But they may look similar to micro SD cards, they're not the same. Flip on over and you'll notice the difference. It has a lot more pins. With these pens, data can be read and written in a new way. What's more, since the original pins are still there, it can even work as a micro SD card. That means micro SD Express cards are compatible with Nintendo Switch consoles too. Okay, cool. Let's read and write data. With micro SD Express card, the Switch console has a new way to read and write data. Dude, someone should make a compilation of this entire playthrough and cut together every time I say Nintendo Switch 2 console. If someone's bored, have fun. Go back to when you use a micro SD card on Nintendo Switch console. Assuming a buffer size of 4 MB for both consoles, read speed will be about 8 times as fast. Keep in mind though, when micro SD Express cards will typically read and write at different speeds. So kids will also be doing more in the background than just loading. So it doesn't mean that the loading speed will actually be around 8 times as fast. Well, in some cases they are. Generally speaking, reading and writing speeds are faster micro SD card Express. I would guess that the SD card Code Express is faster. Like no shit. This visual console is only compatible with a specific type of micro SD card. That's the micro SD Express card. It's not that micro SD cards aren't compatible. This visual console takes advantage of the speed at which micro SD Express cards can read and write data. Our goal is always to make the gameplay experience as enjoyable as possible. There's one thing we should clarify about micro SD cards. But they're not compatible with Nintendo Switch 2. That's not to say that micro SD cards are completely unusable. You can still have screenshots and videos saved on micro SD cards that was used on Nintendo Switch console. You can import that data from the micro SD card and Nintendo Switch 2 console system memory. Okay, cool. Actually, interesting information. It's likely to get harder. Micro SD Express card is fast. If because it sends signals quickly, it tends to get harder, naturally. We've tried as much as we can to avoid heat buildup. We were about where to place micro SD Express card slot. I decided to have it near one of the air intakes to keep it cool. On top of that, we get the micro SD card slot further away from other parts of the console that are likely to get harder. We even applied graphite sheets to the micro SD Express slot. These sheets are very effective at transferring heat. But the sheets have to spread the heat around and cool the area down. Okay, cool. Chat, did you learn anything? It's time for the quiz. Gotta prove you're gamers. Vision flooring can be inserted here and used with the Nintendo Switch console. Birthday cards, game cards, download cards, Legacy Express memory cards. It's birthday cards, right? Gotta put a birthday card in there when you buy a Switch 2 for someone's birthday. Put a card in here. Because the microSD Express memory card physically differ, it's larger, it has more pins. Its shape is more streamlined, nothing there to say, no funny answer, it's more pins. Here's the read and write speed of the microSD Express memory card compare with that of the microSD card. They're equally fast, the microSD Express card is slightly faster. Because the Express cards are a lot faster, they're a lot faster. Way to know, it's a taste test. You're talking about game cards, not SD cards. The game cards still taste horrible, I cannot... Yes, I licked my Mario card. What aspect of microSD Express memory cards do games on Nintendo Switch do console like full use of? They get compact size, they're lightweight, their pins luster, the reading and writing speed. Sure. We have enough money left to give someone a Switch 2 who seems your face at the moment. Depends where you live. It depends on your income. It depends on how luxurious you want to live. Like, if you have a lot of luxuries in your life, of course you have less money. The Switch 2 console has been designed to support microSD Express memory cards in what way? Read and write wirelessly. To slow down the read and write speed, yeah, of course. To stop them from cooling down, to stop them from heat. To stop them from cooling down, right? You want electronics to be hot, like burning hot, like frying egg on it hot. It's rough over here. Well, it depends. What's your job? It stops them from heating up. Like, the thing is, my money only goes away for food, games, and streaming stuff like thumbnails or shit like that. Other than that, I have no exposable money. Expendable money, I mean. Okay, yay! We're smart! Let's do a tech demo to mix things up. What about... Yeah, rent, of course, as well. Of course I pay my rent. Okay, let's try the tech demo. What do I say to a short 3D sound experience? Oh. The sound is just play straight from a pair of speakers now. Because it does some calculations to make it sound like you're really hearing it in 3D. Sing bam kapow. This tech demo can be played with the console speaker or with a pair of headphones, either works. Chad, put on your headphones. Which this sound's gonna feel like it's coming from all different directions. I have to play in fucking tabletop? And fucking headphones! Why can't it do... Why doesn't it work over the fucking TV speakers? What? Okay. I guess you hear it. I'm enjoying this by myself, I guess. There's just a helicopter flying around. And that's it. That was the entire demo. So immersive, right, viewers of this stream? Tech demo's completed! Do I get something? I get nothing. It gets a little crown. Okay, sure, but yeah, we did all the tech demos, all 14 of them. I cannot complete the minigames, by the way. First, because this one pisses me off. It's super hard if you're alone. And second, because of the camera minigame, which I cannot do because I refuse to buy a camera. So, yeah. Okay, let's do the quiz. Learning about 3D sound, please don't be long. Okay, a short one. I appreciate it. 3D sound. Play games that support surround sound on Nintendo Switch 2 console. You want to enjoy 3D sound, but it's coming from Nintendo Switch 2 console speakers or from a pair of headphones. Why not from my fucking headphones I have plugged in? This works not just for Nintendo Switch 2 games, but for Nintendo Switch games too. With 3D sound, you may even believe that sound is coming from places where the underneath speaker. No. Bullshit. They try again to super oversell the immersion, but just not. Like 3D sound sounded good, but it doesn't sound like it's coming from behind. Like what? Bullshit. Listening to 3D sound with headphones connected to the Nintendo Switch 2 console uses a process to make it seem like they're coming from different directions. For instance, it's always meant to be coming from the right side in game. It is on the right ear slightly sooner. The right balance is calculated. Like this to reach your ears at the right time. This means that there's a slight delay between the sound that comes out of the left and right sides of your headphones. It is not all. Use a dummy head microphone to simulate how the sound changes based on several factors. So one of those ASMR mics, got it. Did I try ear licking? Including how it bounces around the external ear in complex ways. Reverberating through the head and so on. And in doing so, you feel as if the sound is coming from different directions. Isn't that just surround sound? Is it just rebranded surround sound? But really sound coming from the Nintendo Switch 2 speakers. It doesn't work the same way as it does with headphones. This is a pair of headphones, so coming from the left and right can be played on each respective ear. When it comes to speakers though, I do fail to see a difference, right? You will still hear sound from the right speaker in the left ear and vice versa. The sound would mix and jumble and would become difficult to make out. But the console speaker employ a certain trick. They cancel out the sound that would reach your opposite ear. So when sound that would reach your left ear This is the right speaker. Complex signals play along with it and cancel out that sound. As a result of this, those from the left will only reach the left ear, and those from the right will only reach the right. Sure. Let's have the surround sound quiz. Console speakers. Question 1. To enjoy games with 3D sound on Nintendo Switch 2 console, Switch must they be compatible with monaural sound, stereo sound, surround sound, ground sound. What's monaural sound? What's that? Or is it just mono sound? Is it a fancy word for mono? Anyway, it's surround sound. Mono, okay. It's just a nerd word for mono audio. When using headphones to listen to 3D sound on Nintendo Switch 2 console, what happens to the sound on either side coming from different directions? They cancel out, they're swapped, the timing is aligned, the timing is offset. Listening to 3D sound from Nintendo Switch 2 console speaker, signals are emitted to cancel what? There are plans. Software updates, sent around the console, send about to enter the opposite ear. Dinner plans. Sorry, chat, I have to cancel out dinner plans. Because of 3D sound. Let's go! Quest done. Okay. Oh, you guys want a duel? Hell yeah. Can we start with the bottom few quizzes? Sure. I want to play a minigame. Shapes. Chad, we gotta play shapes. Let's play shapes. Oh, this is a hard one. Oh, it's so difficult. It's actually hard to fit them in. What the fuck? Why is it hard to place them correctly? I know my shapes. It's also colors. It's shapes and colors. Yo, we're gaming. Okay, just place him a bit too high. Shapes! But I can do this fast. I can get the third medal. Hold on. No, I cannot. I fucking cannot. Okay. Please give me 10 seconds. Yes! I'm good at shapes! Is it true part of the Switch 2? Yeah. I can do shapes. I'm going to graduate kindergarten. Hell yeah. And there's level 2, which I guess you can do right now. Yeah. More shapes. Oh, the slots float around now. Oh, this might be bad. 30 seconds, okay. I have to fit in 8. Okay. There you go. Yay! Oh, I got the third medal! Chat. I'm so gonna graduate kindergarten. Hell yeah. I'm gonna thrive in first grade. Okay. What a word. I can't believe my eyes. Yeah, I'm a gamer. 2 battery quizzes. What is there to talk about with the battery? Oh, it's green, not battery. This switch to skin can produce very vivid colors. A deep vibrant red, for instance. In order to produce such rich colors, a very thick color filter is used. However, when you use a thick filter, the resulting image will be darker. If you compensate for this with more brightness, the battery will drain more quickly. We didn't want to compromise on battery life, so instead, to avoid the image getting too dark, you made the pixels as large as they could be. Yeah, if you can make it brighter, just make it larger. You also made other customizations along these lines. Okay, cool. Liquid crystal display. Switch to a screen uses liquid crystal display LCD. Now I know what LCD means. I didn't know what LCD means until now, because I didn't give a shit. Works in much the same way as Nintendo Switch console screen, but the difference is that it's brighter and more vivid. Also, in Switch to OLED model, screen uses an OLED system. Uses an OLED system. By the way, I still don't know why people are so fucking horny for OLED screens. I still do not understand it. Because I have a friend who has an OLED TV, and I see no fucking difference. Could you explain to me why people are so horny for OLED screens? Like, there's people who say they're not gonna buy a Switch 2 unless they bring out an OLED model. True blacks, who gives a shit? Who cares about true blacks? I want vivid colors. Like, unless you play a super dark game, you don't need true blacks. You just don't. Is there any other benefit besides true blacks? Because it might equally have an OLED version. But not a light version. I'm sure there's gonna be a light version. But like, it's just so funny. The people who are crying about an OLED screen on the Switch 2 are also the ones that bitched about the price. Like, an OLED screen wouldn't bump up the price by like $50. Like, bro, pick a side. OLED screens are very vivid. The Switch 2 console's LCD screen is also quite striking. But it's true that the OLED model's colors are a little richer. The Switch 2 console screen it can be brighter. The screen is also HDR capable. Honestly, brightness is more important than true blacks on a portable console. Way more important. Maybe interesting to compare the screens if you have access to multiple consoles. Like, I play a little bit in handheld mode sometimes, and it's one of the best screens I ever seen. Better than a fucking OLED TV of the friend. I prefer the Switch 2's LCD screen over an OLED TV. Just saying. Refresh rate in LCD. No times per second that a screen changes its image. Let's call it refresh rate. For example, for the image would change 60 times per second. It would say that its refresh rate is 60 Hz. Why is it called Hertz anyway? It gives when you switch to console screen. It supports a refresh rate of 120 Hz. What does Hertz stand for? This supports VRR, which can switch between different refresh rates. Which of these features have also been fine-tuned? If the image changes 120 times per second, that certain results in quicker changes. Hertz was a German physicist. Well, then it's pronounced Hertz, not Hertz. Hertz. If it's really a German name. But due to this speed, anything that interferes with the signal, such as resistance, will have a more severe effect. This can ruin the image as a result, so we had to implement a few ways to reduce the amount of interference. Yeah, I know what it is, but just a name. Conversely, the image changes fewer times per second. The colors gradually fade and the image gets darker. So we had to find ways to ensure that the colors don't fade easily. Okay, cool. Let's do... Wait, that's quiz 2. So the other one is also about the screen, I guess. Okay. Number 1. Which of the following is used to produce bright red colors on Nintendo Switch console? An apple peel, a thick red filter, a thin red filter, a red pencil. It's an apple peel, right? It's a thin red filter. Nintendo Switch to a screen outputs its image by which medium? Shadow puppetry, plasma, liquid crystal, cathode ray tube. Liquid crystal. What determines how many times per second the image of Nintendo Switch to a screen changes? Image progression, stop animation, refresh rate, quantum pulse. Sure. Wait, what? Did I answer the first one wrong? Fake, I guess. By the way, a cathode ray tube is a technology for putting images on all TVs. Oh, that's what they call tubes! Oh, that makes sense! So the nickname for all TVs finally makes sense! Okay! Okay, did the thing, You say all TVs were so thick from behind, yeah. I like all TVs like aesthetically, but they waste so much space. Oh, another quiz unlocked. We got an inordinate number of insights at this point. Think I might divulge some tidbits about the tech demos this time? No. Okay, just 3 more. It is 13 quizzes now. In terms of screen size, the Switch console screen is about 7.9 inches. Converted into Switch's console 7.2 inches screen. How much is that in real numbers? It is 7 inch screen of the OLED model. You can see that the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen is noticeably bigger, but it's the biggest screen of all Nintendo consoles to date. This is even more impressive looking in tabletop and handheld mode. So it's easier to see when playing with others. To clarify, the screen is actually a tiny bit more than 7.9 inches. What is 7.9 inches in real numbers? The benefits of a larger screen, you see more. I answered this. The Nintendo console's large screen has a number of benefits. 20 centimeters. Okay. That's pretty big. You might not be aware of some of them. For instance, having a bigger screen means that a computer can do even more calculations. Also, well, the more calculations a computer performs, the harder it gets. The larger the device, the second it is to heat up, as the computer gets to perform a lot more calculations. In other words, the bigger screen, the bigger console. The larger the console, the less likely it is to heat up. If it doesn't heat up as much, the computer gets to do lots of calculations. The more calculations it can do, the more pictures and characters it can calculate. Note that the screen diagonal is measured in inches regardless of SI units. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to actually know how big it is. So if the computer can calculate lots of pictures and characters, the images should look clear and smooth. Many characters can be moving around at once. Will you notice the difference? Sure. Like, I know that screens are measured in inches, like everywhere. But it's still nice to know what the number actually means. You know, since I don't know what inches are. Here's a show console screen lights up fully to display images. This set is produced by white LEDs. A single LED emits a tiny bit of light. As they are, these lights aren't enough to light up the whole screen. With the use of a translucent plate called the light guiding plate, the light of an LED can be spread. Okay, cool. There's a slight unevenness to the plate. This reflects the light in a complex, uneven way and makes it spread out. And this way, by lining up a bunch of LEDs next to the plate, the entire screen can be lit up. Show uniform brightness of the screen. We experiment with different patterns of unevenness and eventually settling on the current design. Okay, cool. Let's do the quiz. Also, we're absolutely gonna go overtime today. We did like half the quizzes for now. Unless some more pop up, which there will. In terms of size, roughly how many inches of Nintendo Switch screen? It's 7.9, which is 20 centimeters, I learned today. Again, Nintendo Switch 2 console 2 now that it's bigger. Write essays. Oh, that would be nice. Make calculations, perform science experiments. Feel human. These are all silly answers except for the right one. The first one when we have multiple silly answers. Chad, which one is your favorite silly answer? Essays, science experiments, or human emotions? Make many calculations. Number 3! Let's use to illuminate the entire Nintendo Switch 2 screen stars out of a kind of light. Sunlight, filtering rays of light, small points of light. Lights from fireflies. I mean small points of lights, right? I did not pay attention to what I read. But I have correct. I have correct. I'm smart. I'm a fucking gamer. Okay. Brother. My dude. My guy. How much more is there to learn about the fucking screen? A slightly lower screen, what? We ever switch to a console screen? This actually is slightly different height from the area around it. It's protected from scratching and shit. How slight, you ask? My screen is lowered by about the thickness of a piece of paper. It's barely noticeable. But this height difference prevents the screen from coming into contact with the floor or the surface. Who puts a switch down like this anyway? Unless you're a dumb child, why would you do this? Like, for real. A thinner screen. Nothing fact about it is switch to a console screen. It's made up of many overlapping parts. This is the LCD liquid crystal display. A shutter-resistant film, a screen cover, transparent plastic, 2 polarizing plates, 2 pieces of glass, a touch sensor, a light guiding plate, an LED film, and so on. With all these parts layered on top of each other, there was a risk of the screen becoming too thick. There wouldn't have been space left for the other parts. So we made the cover out of thin tempered glass. For other parts, we chose the thinnest possible ones that we could find. Basically, we designed the screen to be as thin as possible. Okay, cool. It's not thin though, because I needed to put a screen protector on. Because I'm not a savage. On the inside of a computer, there's a component called an IC, integrated circuit. They're typically square-shaped. As for the IC that controls the Nintendo Switch to console screen and touch inputs, it's quite thin, measuring about 30mm times 1mm. It has to control more than 2 billion pixels, 1920 horizontally and 1080 vertically, as well as over 900 touch sensors. It uses over 3,000 wires to achieve this. In order to be able to attach all the terminal connections, so anyway, this had to be long and thin. Okay, cool. Let's take the quiz. Shadow, pay attention! I did not! That's a screen volume 4! The difference between the Nintendo Switch screen and the console itself is roughly the same thickness as which of the following: a notepad, a postcard, a sheet of paper. Isn't a postcard a sheet of paper? Well, I guess it's thicker paper. It's still paper though. The ones shown are layers on top of each other to make one part of the Switch 2 console. The mouse pad, it doesn't have mouse. The Switch 2 should come with a mouse pad. Those guys typically like cardboard. Yeah, thick paper. The battery, the circuit board, the screen. It's a fucking screen, no silly answer. What shape is the IC integrated circuit that controls the Switch 2 screen? So this is touch inputs. Circular, triangular, long and thin, heart shape. Aw, it would be cool if it was heart shaped. You could say the Switch 2 has a heart. But no, it's long and thin. Let's go! Gaming! Please don't show me another one for the fucking screen! Thank you! And this one is in the middle. There isn't gonna be a second one next to this one. Okay, this is the battery quiz. We've been talking about cute nonetheless, yeah. Okay, battery. It doesn't look like there's space next to it for a second battery quiz. We'll be about the screen too. No, that one makes sense. Like, I think the screen volume 1 is on top of the console. I'm pretty sure. In terms of performance, the Switch 2 console is more powerful than the Nintendo Switch console in many ways. That means it also consumes more power. We try our best to reduce the amount of power it uses, of course. But even after we optimize the console, it still needs more power. We'd use the same battery as we use for Nintendo Switch 2 console. We wouldn't have been able to use the Nintendo Switch console for nearly as long. For Nintendo Switch 2 console, we opted for a different battery. This battery has 1.2 times the capacity of Nintendo Switch consoles. It's a 5220. What does mAh mean? Is it mega amps or something? I don't know what it means. Oh, it stands there. mAh stands for milliampere hours. So it's milliamp. Okay. Milliamp. I cannot... Can you tell I'm getting tired of reading? An increase of 20% will still won't noticeably mean you're able to use the console for 20% longer. We did our best to maximize the time that you can play on it. Honestly, I'm okay with the battery life. Like, people say, oh, it's only 2 to 3 hours if they're constantly gaming. But like, if you're on the go, how much time do you have to game on the go? You know? Just saying. Like, when I play in a handheld in the living room, 2 hours is way more than enough. Like, when I play in the living room, my battery doesn't really go below 50%. Like, and I play for like 1 to 2 hours in handheld mode. Usually, I don't really enjoy gaming in handheld mode for too long, but you know it. Like, the battery life is more than enough. Really, the video game consoles should be long-term companions. We need to be able to keep using them for many years. Yes, please. That's why we did our best to make sure that the Nintendo Switch 2 console's battery lasts a long time. There are a few things we did to try and achieve this. When changing the battery, we purposely tried to not supply it with too much power, so the energy output to the console is reduced slightly. Reduces the risk of damaging the battery. Also, we made it so that fast charging is not possible because it can easily damage the battery. Yes, fast charging is so unnecessary. We want to ensure that players can enjoy the consoles for a long time. We're balancing battery life and battery longevity. Also, can you see how my Switch is only charged like 84%? In the settings, you can make it that it never charges over 90% to increase the longevity of the battery. Which should be a thing on every single electronic device ever. Because that's so good. Nintendo and batteries. Nintendo has a history of using batteries to power game consoles. Yeah, because handhelds need batteries. I think fast charging can be useful to charge up to a certain point, but no more than that, yeah. Lithium-ion batteries in particular, because the battery capacity has been improved in successive generations. The Game Boy Advance SP has 60 megaamps. Hot take? The Advance SP is kinda bad. I prefer the OG GBA. It's way too small if you have, you know, fingers. Nintendo DS 850 megaamps. Nintendo 3DS 1300 megaamps. Nintendo Switch has 4310 megaamps. Milliamps, I mean not megaamps, milliamps. Nintendo Switch 2 has 5220 milliamps. Incidentally, the Game Boy Advance systems use dry cell batteries. In those days, if you ran out of battery while playing, you replace the dry cell batteries with new ones. Do there have been rechargeable ones? I remember those, I had rechargeable ones. Okay, battery quiz! Yes, there's only one! Let's go! Only one! How much capacity does the Nintendo Switch 2 console's battery have than the Nintendo Switch console's battery? 0.8 times, there's no difference. 1.2 times, 100 times. Dude, imagine if it had lower capacity. That would be so funny. What is the reason for supplying the Nintendo Switch 2 console's battery with too much power? Makes the battery lighter, it makes the battery smaller, increases the capacity. It has to prevent battery degradation. It has segregation. What is used to power the Game Boy Advance systems? The desire to play. Clockwork, solar batteries, dry cell batteries. The desire to play powers them. Because if you don't have the desire to play, you'll never turn them on to begin with. Now isn't that deep? But yeah, dry cell. I'm a gamer! Okay, I see 4 quizzes that could expand. I see 5 quizzes that could expand. And I do not like that. Okay, so the fan quiz. How much are they gonna talk about the fucking fan? Heat distribution, okay. Electronic devices get hot, no shit. As electronic devices run, the parts tend to heat up. Quiz one of at least 2, yeah. They can get particularly hot when performing fast calculations during rapid communication, when running while being charged. In extreme cases, some devices can even get hot to the touch. That's not the only problem. If parts are too hot, the device itself may fail to work properly. Okay, have a good one at work. Some parts could even break completely. When designing a Nintendo Switch 2 console, we try to ensure that this doesn't happen. The console cools down parts in different ways to prevent them from getting too hot. Okay, cool. A quiet fan. Switch 2 console does its best to keep from heating up. One way it does this is with a built-in fan. This fan funnels air into the console and blows it at different parts. The air is then pushed out to keep things cool. The fan isn't always running though. It uses a temperature sensor to check how hot the console is. If it's hot, the fan runs at high speed. But if it's not too hot, it only spins a little. At lower speeds, the fan will be so quiet you can barely hear it. Try putting your ear up to the fan and listen for yourself. Yeah, it is really quiet. Like when I play in handheld mode, I don't hear it. When I play in docked mode, I hear it a little bit. The Switch 2 console contains a circuit board. The components on the circuit board generate heat. That means they need to be cooled down. To do this, air flows over both the top and the bottom of the circuit board. Both sides are directly connected to the air intake. The fan draws in the air vertically, ventilating both the top and bottom of the circuit board, and so components on both sides of the circuit board can be cooled. Cool. Easy airflow. To cool the Nintendo Switch 2 console with air, therefore needs to be as smooth as possible. With good airflow, the fan doesn't have to push itself to high speeds. There are air intakes on the bottom of the console to let air straight in. At the air vent, the air goes straight out, unobstructed. Combined with the fact that the fan is also more powerful, this means that the Nintendo Switch 2 console has roughly twice the airflow of the Nintendo Switch console. That is pretty neat. Okay, chat, need to pay attention. Heat dissipation, volume 1. What happens to electronic devices as they run? They get cool, they get hot, they get light, they get sleepy, they get eepy. That's why they have the blanket. It all comes together. Hey, so is the Switch 2 being overheated? Bullshit. They don't overheat, no. Unless you fuck with it, then yes. But if you don't fuck around, you don't find out. The following is built into the Nintendo Switch 2 console to cool it down. Ice, a refrigerator, a fan, an air conditioner. It's a fan. What does the airflow over the Nintendo Switch 2 console circuit board to cool it down? On the top and the bottom, both. How much airflow does the Nintendo Switch 2 console provide to contrast to the Nintendo Switch 2 console? About the same amount, a little more, twice as much. Twice as much! But no, the Switch 2 does not overheat. It gets hot, yes. Overheating? No. Because if it overheats, it stops working properly. And no way that happens at launch. When there's not really games that utilize the full power of the console yet. Just no. Another one. What? Wait a moment. What do you have any insight left to read? I don't know. Yeah, hopefully. I want to be done with it. Also, I haven't found a single lost item in this fucking area. Weird. There has to be a lost item here. Whatever. You can learn more about Nintendo Switch 2 console heat dissipation methods here. Sure. Please be short. Thank you. It's sensitive. One thing about it is switch to consistent memory. It said it's susceptible to heat. This is a memory should be as kept as good as possible. Let's say it's been positioned close to one of the air intakes. On top of that, just to make sure that it wasn't near other parts that heat up. And there's one last thing. Because the wiring in the console is made of copper, it conducts heat easily. So give the system memory its own spot, away from the wiring. If it loses its transferred heat. In this result, the system memory is protected from heat. Pretty neat. Heat is spread evenly. There's no more for parts to get hotter, but some parts won't cool down easily, even if it's simply air to them. Even if you supply air to them. Use a couple of materials to solve this. The first being graphite sheets. The second being a substance called thermal grease. Both graphite and thermal grease are good at conducting heat. So yeah, just cooling shit that the PC also has, right? It's the same thing. I don't know about PCs, okay? Because in these materials, heat is evenly distributed, so they heat susceptible parts will become a little warm instead. Because a lot of air gets to these warmer parts, because it can be more easily cooled. Graphite sheets have been attached to plastic on the back of the console, so as do other parts such as the microSD express card slot. The thermal grease, meanwhile, is used for the main computer. People need a thermal paste to conduct the heat away from the— yeah, that's what I mean. It's the same thing, right? Transferring heat. You know which part of the Nintendo Switch 2 console produces the most heat? It's the main computer, also known as the SOC. All this heat from the SOC needs somewhere to go. This is where the heat pipe comes in. Its purpose is to carry the heat to the air vent. This of the heat pipe is a vacuum. It also contains a little bit of water, so it's water cooled, I guess. The water gets heated by the SOC, it turns into steam and moves upwards, moves towards the cooler side. Then when it reaches the air vent, it turns back to water. So that's how water cooling works. I did not know that. And we do the SOC through the process called a capillary action. This carries on over and over, transporting heat to the air vent. This means even the parts of the console that generate the most heat gets cooled down. Now I finally know how water cooling works. Crazy! My PC has water cooling, by the way. That's how much I know about my own PC. Okay, quiz time! What mission was implemented to prevent the heat from being transferred across the space marked in red? A set of curtains was added, a metal wall was added. Wiring was kept away, What heat conduction substance is used to distribute the heat of Nintendo Switch 2 console's main computer? Superconductive grease, refrigerator grease, thermal grease, heat dissipation grease, thermal grease. What is there inside of the heat pipe to transfer the heat away from Nintendo Switch 2 console's main computer? Metal powder, air, a small amount for the special oil, it's water. Yay! I'm a gamer! And I'm actually learning things. Because I don't know about technology. I took apart a PC once and put it back together, and that's all I ever did with computers. The best I can do with computers is put in a capture card, and that's it. That's the extent of my technological prowess. I am not good with this shit, if you couldn't tell. Okay. Main computer 1. There's gonna be another one on this side. Awesome! More quizzes! My god! What do we have here? It's an Nintendo Switch 2 console main computer. This was known as an SOC, which stands for System on a Chip. The single chip has all sorts of capabilities. This is both a CPU and GPU, handles video and sound, extracts compressed data, shows images on screen, interacts with the main memory and system memory. All in all, it's a very important chip. The computer is important on an electronic device? What? I would have never thunk. The CPU, even the Nintendo Switch 2 console's main computer, there's a part called the Central Processing Unit, or CPU for short. It calculates how characters move and handles scene transitions. In short, various calculations are performed by the CPU. Switch 2 console CPU is several times faster than the CPU in the Nintendo Switch 2 console. Nintendo Switch 1 console! God! The faster the CPU is, the better it is at displaying lots of characters on screen. And the better it is at handling more complex motion. Okay, cool. So, better CPU, better. Got it. The GPU. I already knew what CPU is, but I don't know what GPU is. Within the Switch 2 console's main computer, within the GPU, it is a graphics process. Oh, graphics makes sense. This main process to perform calculations of generating images on screen. The Switch 2 console's GPU is several times faster than the GPU in the Nintendo Switch console. The faster the GPU is, the better it gets at generating more complex and detailed images. So the graphics card. You understand that, right? The GPU is more machine learning and ray tracing calculations take place. Okay, quiz time! But we have to look at the playtime after I'm done. Like how much content actually is in this $10 tech demo. The three letters are used to refer to the Nintendo Switch 2 console's main computer. Dog, hot, cat, sock. I like dog. It's a dedicated graphic cards usually fare better. Use your own chip for graphic calculations. Oh! Put a sock in it, true. Which part of Nintendo Switch 2 console's main computer calculates things like scene registers and how characters move? The CPU. Give me a funny answer! The GPU. Okay, but a dog, cat, hot, and sock are so funny. And yeah, the quiz popped up where I thought it will. Okay! What's there more to learn about the fucking sock? I just call it sock now. Ray tracing. I do not know what ray tracing is. I just know that it's good. Apparently. Show a more detailed picture. Within the Switch 2 console's main computer, show more detailed images can be produced. This process is called Super Resolution. Games that support Super Resolution. The computer performs machine learning calculations, and it predicts what kind of detailed picture it should generate. This is in a clear and more detailed picture. Okay, cool. Machine learning calculations. Is it a GPU of the Nintendo Social Console's main computer? Is it played to perform machine learning calculations? This place contains what are called tensor cores. I never heard tensor before. Using certain fixed patterns, tensor cores can perform multiplication and addition incredibly quickly. These operations are used to perform machine learning calculations. There are plenty of things that can be done with machine learning calculations. For example, we can make a game's image clearer and more detailed. We can erase everything except the person from a camera's video feed. Okay, cool. Ray tracing. So, time to actually learn what ray tracing is. Is it a chip of the Nintendo Social Console's main computer? Is it a place that calculates ray tracing, specifically for generating images? This place contains what are called RT cores. RT cores can calculate whether or not there's light hitting polygons. And it do this incredibly. Oh, the lighting, I guess. Yeah, ray tracing, light rays. I'm stupid! In games that use ray tracing, you can simulate light reflections and make images look more. Ray tracing is just the fucking lighting. And reflections. Yeah, makes sense. Because it's rays of light. Okay. I'm learning and figuring out that I'm fucking stupid. Both at the same time. But that's good because you cannot learn without being stupid first. Remember, kids, it's okay to be stupid as long as you learn. With which process does Nintendo Social Console's main computer draw sharper, more detailed pictures? Transformation. Oscillane or what? Super resolution. Vacation. Yeah, vacation. The Social Console's GPU can quickly perform addition and multiplication to calculate what? Loose change. Dates, number pi, machine learning. What can be simulated with Nintendo Switch 2 consoles? GPU ray tracing calculations, car physics, light reflections, characters' feelings, company management, light reflections. I learned a lot. Actually, I'm learning a lot through this because I do still not know a single thing about computers. I just know how to plug them in and that they work. We're still missing one here. Yeah, let's go to that. That's the next one on the list anyway. Okay. To the next quiz we go. I think there's a minigame too. Let's do the quiz first and then the minigame. Learning about the microphone. All kinds of microphones. Social console does have a built-in microphone. We can also choose to use a different microphone if you'd like. For instance, you can plug in a microphone for the headphone jack. You can connect one to a USB port on the console on the dock. You can even plug one into the head audio jack on the Nintendo Switch Pro controller. Got plenty of options, so you're free to take your pick. Which microphone you settle on? Shipping the console is designed to make your voice easy to hear. Okay, cool. microphone is enough, hopefully. You might notice that the Nintendo Switch 2 console only has a single microphone. It's not common for similar devices to include 2 or 3 microphones. In fact, having more than one makes it easier to pick up a person's voice from a significant direction. There. When in TV mode, you're free to point the Nintendo Switch 2 dock in any direction you want. Most people could also be talking anywhere in the room. You can't always expect someone to be directly in line with the microphone. Also, because the chip in Nintendo Switch 2 console makes it easier to pick up your voice, and thanks to the fact that it's designed specifically to operate alongside game sounds, your voice will be picked up loud and clear. Bullshit. And that's why with a single microphone is enough. I am still not convinced that it picks up the voice nicely. I am still not convinced, because I saw videos of people talking game chat and shit. The mic quality is bad. It is horrible. You can play Ocarina of Time on the Switch. If I play Ocarina of Time, I play the 3DS remake because of quality of life improvements. As you already know, Nintendo Switch 2 console has a built-in microphone. We usually considered having it somewhere else, like a Nintendo Switch 2 dock, or Joy-Con 2 grip, or the Joy-Con 2 controls. All bad option. The problem was, if the microphone was in the dock, it would only be usable when the console is in TV mode. Putting it in a Joy-Con grip wouldn't work either, as it wouldn't be usable because it was in handheld mode. Putting the Joy-Con controller would have made it harder for the microphone to pick up voices when using motion controls. You wanted to make the microphone easy to use. If you wanted this to apply whether you're using the console in handheld mode, TV mode, or tabletop mode, especially when you're using motion controls player. This way, if you decided to build it in the console, you didn't really need that much thought process. The console is the only place that makes sense for the mic. It would be cool to have one in the Pro controller though. When it comes to chat features, Nintendo has a long-standing history. Are they gonna mention Piccolo chat? We need to look back on games like Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Pearl for Nintendo DS. Animal Crossing Let's Go to the City for Wii and its compatibility with the Wii Speak accessory. No reason why for Nintendo 3DS. The Wii U chat on Wii. Did anyone ever actually use Wii U chat? I never even opened it. A Nintendo Switch online smart device app for Nintendo Switch. The best! The fucking best! For fucking voice chat. Fucking amazing. Dude, I feel bad for people who played Splatoon and had to use this for communication. Because I had no idea View Chat was a thing. Hi Rudy, yeah, it was a thing. Over the years, players have been able to use their voices in a lot of different ways. What's more, back in 1971, people in Japan could even enjoy talking using the light telescope? What the fuck is that? Huh? What is this? I've never seen this before. Wait, I'm gonna open Google. Googling what is a light telescope? A device that collects and focuses visible light for distant objects to create magnificent images. What? Allowing us to observe and study celestial bodies. What? Huh? I'm so confused. I'm even more confused now. It turns light into images. Hi Nintendo, how are you? They talk about chat features and say light telescope was used for communication. But Google says it's used to look at the fucking stars. I am so confused. Okay, quiz time. Microphone. This was about the microphone, by the way. You do the following. Can you connect the microphone to it so that it will pick up your voice clearly? Only the switch to console, only the switch to dock, only the switch to Pro Controller, all of the above. Give me silly answers. Microphones are built in the Desert One. In which mode is the digital console microphone intended to be used? All of them. What could you use to chat with when using the WeSpeak accessory? Paper cups and some string. Telepathy. Finally, we have telepathy. Your voice, hand gestures, your voice. We speak. Voice. Curious. Such a hard quiz, but yay, we're gamers again. Do we get a fucking quiz number 3 for the fucking microphone? No, we do not. Okay, the mic is done. Time for a mini game as a break. Let's see, what is this one? I didn't know. Joy-Con and Joy-Con R are both equipped with mouse sensors. Okay, double mouse game. Okay, let's see how it goes. Let's see. Floaty frustration. Oh god. Honestly, this is kind of fun. I just kind of did it wrong. I kind of did it wrong. I just went back and forth instead of circles. Okay. Let's try this again. Is that something I want to see in WarioWare? Okay, I can do this. This is kind of fun. And I hella messed up. Okay, let's just try again. Oops! I went with the wrong one. Okay. God, I suck at this. Almost! Okay. I got this. zipped off the desk mat. There we go! I did it! The last minigame! Yay! Versus this game long? I mean, we're over 10 hours in, so I would say so. This one level 2 makes sense. This area should have the last few quizzes. The last 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then we should be done. Yeah. These are the last 3 quizzes. And then we should finally be done with the game. At the 3 fucking streams. We can learn about the research to conscious memory here. Okay, sure. Let me guess, 4 pages? Yeah. I know this game by now. Memory versus system memory. Look at the memory coming into play when using Nintendo Switch to console. One is main memory, the other is system memory. Both types of memory read and write data, but they're actually different from one another. The main memory is read from and written to faster, but the data is lost when Nintendo Switch 2 console is powered off. The system memory, however, has slower read and write operations, but the same data is retained when the console is powered off. For that reason, the Switch 2 console's main computer uses main memory and it needs to read and write faster. However, it uses the console's system memory to start downloading games. Here's an example. We have a game that's been downloaded on Nintendo Switch 2 console system memory, like this one. The game is first loaded into the console's main memory before the main computer begins to read and write data. Each memory type does work the best suited for. Okay. Sure. Large memory. Programs and data are written to Nintendo Switch 2 console's main memory. They're loaded from the console's system memory. Memory can also be used to store the results of the main computer's calculations. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's main memory is 3 times that of Nintendo Switch consoles. This can be utilized to display more character models, and create large worlds. Okay, cool. How about smaller worlds? I'm tired of big worlds. Can we retire open world? I'm so tired of it. The Switch 2 console's main memory has twice as much circuitry as Nintendo Switch consoles. It also utilizes a method that lets it read and write data twice as fast. Compared to the Nintendo Switch console, the Switch 2 console's main memory is up to 4 times as fast. It's faster in many areas and is able to perform more calculations in the same amount of time. Not only that, the Switch 2 console's main memory is comparable with that of smart devices. That said, on many smart devices, the main memory is found on top of the main computer. In the Switch 2 console, the main memory is located away from the main computer. This is harder for the main memory to heat up, thus for additional circuitry. This allows the console to perform a lot of calculations. Okay, sure. This confuses me more than my first time hunting 𝗟𝗏 in For You. I haven't played For You. I'm a Wilds baby. Memory refresh. Here's a console's main memory. If at any point the main memory fails to receive power, and data written to it will be quickly lost. But this workaround, prevent the data from being lost, the power is to play it over and over again. This is called refreshing. When Nintendo Switch console data is not easily lost. Refresh is more than 200,000 times per second. Okay, cool. Let's do the memory quiz! Shall you memorize all what we read? Let's go. Hold on. Which of the following reads and writes faster but loses data when the power is turned off? Is this the first Monster Hunter game? I thought you read. No. I just got into Monster Hunter because a friend asked me if they want to play Wilds together sometime. We still never played together. The main memory. Nintendo Switch 2 console's main memory can handle how much more data than Switch 2 consoles? 3 times. The Switch 2 console's main memory does not get hot easily. This is placed away from water, the fan, the microphone, and it connected to the main computer. Do you right stream? No. I do want to stream Monster Hunter at some point. Because I did buy World, Rise, and Generations Ultimate. But I'm waiting for the right time because right now there's so many games coming out that I want to stream. I have Decap and Nanza next week. In October we have Pokemon and Digimon coming out. Like, there's a lot. I could play like 7 hours of World, but I feel like I would have more fun if I would stream it. Or find someone to collab with. That would be fun. Tell about the Nintendo Switch 2 console storage here. We'll get to know about the console storage speed. Okay, sure. This is only 3 pages. Video files can be stored in Nintendo Switch 2 console system memory. When games saved and then download the games, to screenshot the videos taken with the capture button. It has a capacity of 256 gigabytes. That's 8 times more than Nintendo Switch console's system memory. 4 times more than the OLED models. Yeah. I didn't even know that the OLED has more space. I didn't know that. This makes it easier to fit games that take up more space. I gotta be honest. Like, I transferred all my Switch 1 data to the Switch 2, obviously. And I wanted to download everything. And have everything installed, you know, for preservation or whatever. And the system memory alone is not enough to keep all my Switch 1 games. So I just have the stream games installed. Until I get my fucking SD card. What's fastest when it comes to reading from and writing to the system memory? The Switch 2 console works differently from Nintendo Switch console. Assuming a buffer size of 4 MB for both consoles, Nintendo Switch console can read and write roughly 8 times faster than Express. Didn't we have that already? We had that already, right? However, so games may be doing more than in the background than just we had this already. So it doesn't mean that the loading speed will actually be around 8 times fast also. Of all the storage mediums that hold game data, it's the system memory that can be read the fastest. Yeah, no shit. Is it faster than a game card or a microSD Express memory card? I would be interested to know what is faster, a game card or a SD Express card. I think they're the same speed, right? Downloadable game data. Nintendo has a long history of letting you save game data in the form of download. Let's take a quick look. Nintendo Wii 0.5 GB internal storage. They were so small! Nintendo DSi, 0.25GB internal storage. Nintendo 3DS, saved SD card. Wii U, 8GB, 32GB internal storage. I had the big one. Nintendo Switch, 32GB, 64GB OLED model internal storage. Let's not forget about the Satellaview! No way! They should got a way to bring this into this game. Saved up to 0.001GB memory pack. The fucking Satellaview! This is kind of accessory let you download games via satellite. Yeah, the fucking BS games. Like BS Fire Emblem. You have the ways to download and save game data for a long time. Okay, cool. Let's take the quiz. Storage. How many gigabyte of system memory? Okay. Which of the following is the fastest constant memory? Which of the following Nintendo services was the first to let you save game data in the form of a download? Virtual console, Nintendo Power cartridge. Displayed is Satellaview. Satellaview! I didn't even know Satellaview had a mascot for it. I didn't know that. I learned something today! Actually, I learned a lot. I learned a lot about technology that I refuse to learn about. Hi, Spect, how are you? Okay, last quiz seems to have 5 pages. Okay, we learned about the OS, operating system. But every piece of Nintendo Switch 2 software is a game. The Switch 2 console comes installed with software which is always running in the background. This is called the operating system, or OS for short. This helps game developers by making it easier to create games. You can also download software and update data while you're playing games. Don't know what your friends are up to, send out notifications and more. This quietly supports games in the background. Cool. A dedicated gaming OS. Nintendo Switch 2 operating system is dedicated to gaming. But it was made specifically for gaming. No! What? A game console made for gaming? That is revolutionary. God damn. OSs and phone and smart devices and PCs are designed to do many things. But when OS is dedicated to gaming and focuses solely on game-related tasks, let's say it was designed to be small. It allows for more of the console's processing power and memory to be used on games. For newspapers, a console that is made for gaming! Yeah, headlines. The Switch 2 console is designed for playing games, so games are naturally prioritized. It's not going to be only for games for long. I mean, it does have YouTube and Twitch on it. They can use it to watch YouTube. You know, the Wii console, there was a Wii computer. It's allowed you to play Wii games on the Wii console. Oh, are they talking about backwards compatibility? But the Switch 2 console is different. You won't fit a Nintendo Switch computer inside. The main computer on the Nintendo Switch 2 console works differently from the Nintendo Switch console. This means that Nintendo Switch games won't seem to work as is. Despite this, you can still play Nintendo Switch games on Nintendo Switch 2 console. How is this possible? When you play a Nintendo Switch game, the OS adapts it to the way Nintendo Switch 2 console works. It does so by rewriting Nintendo Switch programs, such as shader binaries on the fly. When you play a Nintendo Switch game on Nintendo Switch console OS, it's rewritten. It's rewriting things in the background. By the way, because you're playing a Nintendo Switch game on Nintendo Switch 2 console, on Nintendo Switch console's computer, when there is some improved performance, there's faster loading times and smoother gameplay. Yeah, I noticed in almost every game. Which is kinda crazy. Like, a lot of games don't even need a free update like 𝗟عني 𝗲𝗿𝗆. Some games just work good now. No, 𝗟عني 𝗲𝗆 had an update to fix it. But most other games just work better out of the gate without an update. And that is crazy. This isn't strictly related to the US, but some Nintendo Switch 2 console and its accessories, there are a number of different computers. Main computer is just one of them. For example, the Joy and controllers and dock each contain their own respective computers. Like every single game card contains a computer. And not only that, each computer has its own software that allows it to operate. This software is called firmware. Because the Nintendo Switch 2 console is designed for playing games, we customize each piece of firmware to make it easier to use with games. In other words, each Joy and controller, dock, and game card runs on its own firmware. Aha. Cool. Nintendo and operating systems. Nintendo game consoles had to have their own operating systems for some time. Since the Wii console, in fact. Nintendo 64 console and DS system also had operating systems. But in these cases, DS was mainly included in the game software. Since the release of the Wii console, the US has been installed on the console instead, running in the background. But you can perform all sorts of functions to improve your gameplay experience. For example, Wii Connected 24 for Wii, Street Pass and Spot Pass for Nintendo 3. This was peak portable gaming. And I'm sad Street Pass is not a thing anymore. Street Pass was so good. Like, going to convention with Street Pass on was fucking goated. Miiverse for Wii U. Like, it was so much fun to bring my 3DS to the fucking Gamescom, one of the biggest gaming conventions in Europe. Like, that shit was banger. Usually between team mode, tabletop mode, and handheld mode on Nintendo Switch console, and so on. Okay, cool. No, the Miiverse was kinda cringe. I gotta be honest. The Miiverse was kinda bad. But it was still funny. Okay, let's do the insect quiz on the operating system. The final quiz! What's the name of the software that comes installed on Nintendo Switch 2 console and runs in the background? CSS, DS, OS, versus... versus throwing hands. The operating system does the Nintendo Switch 2 console use. It was designed for smart devices, for PCs, for gaming. And OS used for Hanafuda play. Sure. And OS for playing a physical card game. How does the Nintendo Switch 2 console allow you to play Nintendo Switch games? It connects to the Nintendo Switch 2 computer. The OS rewrites Nintendo Switch programs in the background. It connects to the internet to enable functionality. It doesn't. It can't play Nintendo Switch games. No. This is a cascading style sheet. It's used to make websites prettier. Yeah, I know. I used CSS for the chat overlay before it died. What type of software runs? What type of software runs the computer in the Nintendo Switch 2 console? The Joy-Con 2 controllers and other Nintendo devices. Streetwear, T-wear, homeware. It's a streetwear, right? No, it doesn't have Street Pass, sadly. I wish it did. Then I probably would take my console somewhere. But I just keep my Switch 2 at home. Because it's too expensive to take anywhere. Nintendo's been using game consoles with operating system installed since the release of which console? It's the Wii. Now, Nintendo likes fun, just less so. We finished the final quiz! It can't be it. You completed all the quizzes. Give me my crown! Yay! Thanks on its own terms, yeah. Which I think is fair. Okay. Again, we cannot finish the minigames because I refuse to buy the camera. And this minigame pissing me off. But wait, we don't have the crown for the stamps. And we're missing something here. Hold on. Let's go for this last thing. With which area L? We can head on down. The final room. You should be mad about Nintendo shutting down the Paris website. But I am for some reason. Yeah, because you are a pirate. Okay. We are inside the computer. There are 3 more stamps, okay. Where is stamp? Stamp, where are? Main memory. Another main memory. Dude, the no music is kind of creepy. And the sock. Oh. You get all the stamps? Let me check your map. Oh, she checks everything. She actually checks every single thing. Alright, they're all here. But it's not over yet. Before I rubber stamp your rally results, I have one last challenge for you. Are you to take on Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome to our final quiz? Chat, are we ready? "13 questions about Welcome Tour." Question 1. What is the name of the mechanism that attaches the truck and 2 controls to the console? Controller port, controller connector, magnetic connector, magnetic port. It's magnetic connector. How many USB Type-C connectors does a Nintendo Switch console have? 1, 2, 3, or 4? It's 2. No, I clicked the wrong one! No, hold on. I moved the mouse too quickly. I said 2 but clicked 1. Because I moved too fast. To be fair, I did so many quizzes, okay? Be nice on me. I'm gonna connect the 2. What is the name of the button on the Joy-Con controller R that opens game chat? The G button, the C button, the game button, the chat button. It's the C button. So creative. The following parts as a stamp that can be found in a Joy-Con 2 or inner area. What? HG Rumble 2 has a stamp. Okay. We're getting tricky with the questions now. There must be a chicken to a strap attached to the chicken controller, effective control in what way? They help it move around. Like if its sentience would be cool. The following is present in Nintendo Switch 2 Dock. Show me 2 features, HDMI port, a lens speaker, HDMI port. What happens when you turn the slider on the Nintendo Switch 2 camera string from position, showing the image? The camera runs away, the camera zooms in, the lens is covered up. Number 8. If we do the following parts as a stamp in Joy-Con L area, the A button, the R button, the capture button, the home button, it's the capture button. But it's located right in the middle of the Nintendo Switch 2 grip. The player ID, the rubber pad, the Nintendo Switch 2 logo. Stupid. The following cannot be found on the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller. And the R buttons, GLG R buttons, SLS R buttons, ZLZ R buttons. Also, if you don't pay attention, this is kind of tricky. But no, it's SLSR. What's the shape of the chicken 2 wheel? Are you serious? U-shape, D-shape, circular, rectangular. Yes, D-shaped. Get it? That's a dick joke. I'm funny. Subscribe. Which of the following is located at the deepest level when Nintendo Switch 2 console inner area? The sock, the C button, HDMI 2 parts, mouse sensor. The sock. The final question. This exhibition commemorates the release of which console? Nintendo Entertainment System, the Wii, Nintendo Switch, the Switch 2. I wonder which console it is. Chat, do you know? Which console is this game about? I wonder. Was the NS all along? Yeah. All done. Are we gamers? We are gamers! Fuck yeah! Your Pacific quiz was that achievement. Somebody's officially completed. I got my crown! Yeah! Oh, that's right. I don't believe I've introduced myself yet, have I? Actually, let's correct that. When it comes to this expedition, I'm its creator. Well done of making it this far. This is the deepest level of the Nintendo Switch 2 console's inner area. You must have explored plenty of different areas this far, yes? Were there any particular exhibits that left an impression on you? Yeah, this last one, because it was way too long. Incredibly, incidentally, the spawning grounds are an important part of the exhibition itself. I'm so happy you explored it from corner to corner. You may have to take a look at your map. You've been gathering all over the grounds, haven't you? Thanks for making it all. For making it all the way here, the exhibition continues to engage and entertain. I fucking did it. The game is fucking over. The only thing missing is free medals from minigames, which I don't want to do. So, yeah. Maybe I do the mouse minigame when I have a friend over. Maybe then I will do it. But other than that, I will never get a second medal. And the camera, once I get my Vtuber model working in game chat, I can do the camera minigame. Because then I probably can just use VTube Studio as my input. As my camera input. But I am figuring out the details of how that works. If I can do that, I will do a bonus stream of this game, just doing the camera minigame. Like a 10-minute stream. But yeah, I'm a bit sad there weren't any credits. Are there any more lost items? Who knows? But yeah, I got everything done. Okay, let's check the fucking playtime. Also, it's gonna show my friend code. I do not accept friend requests, so don't even try. $10 hours or more. 10+ hours for a $10 game is honestly really good. I'm gonna black the screen because I don't give a shit. I just don't accept friend requests. But yeah. This is it. It's 𝗟ci𝗴ελλ. We are done with Welcome Tour! Fucking finally! After 3 weeks! And now it's time to reveal what I'm gonna stream next Sunday. It's not a big secret. I post about it on Blue Sky and shit. But let me just show you the thumbnail for it. Because honestly, it's one of my favorite thumbnails 𝗟ci𝗴ελλ ever did. This is one of the best thumbnails 𝗟ci𝗴ellь ever made for me. Let me just get it ready. Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's gonna be the next Sunday project. And this thumbnail is so fucking good, right? It is so good! 𝗟ci𝗴ellь did such a good job! I give it 11 out of 10 for the thumbnail. Yeah. But yeah, this is so good. Also, it's barely visible, but I'm wearing Pauline's outfit in the thumbnail. And Noriko is cute. Yeah. It's very cute. And I just love how DK looks in this. Also, I'm gonna screenshot your messages real quick and send them to 𝗟ci𝗴ellь. Gotta let her know that you guys like her work. But yeah, Bonanza. It comes out on Thursday. And I have to sit on the game for 3 days before I get to play it. Which is such a pain. It's horrible. It's gonna be bananas, yeah. You could say it's gonna be a bonanza. But yeah. We're gonna have Donkey Kong. And yeah, I see you guys on Tuesday for Fire Emblem Warriors. Let's see if I can rate someone before I do my outro, actually. But we have a viewer spike today. We beat at 16, okay. Which is pretty decent for a fucking Welcome Tour stream. We we are gonna raid Alice again, as usual. She doing some drawing. And yeah, see you guys on Tuesday for Fire Emblem Warriors when we start History Mode. The actual long part of the game. And yeah, to all you new viewers, we have a few new viewers today. Follow me on Blue Sky and join the Discord. And yeah, have a good one!